Good evening. How exciting I have comments waiting for me. That's cool. Thank you, Mr. Touchdown. I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be to do this show tonight. And I want to keep it as simple as possible. So I'm going to speak some words here, in the next few moments. They're really more phrases. And so the first time I read them out, it will be a very general overview. And then what I thought was get the books. And so we have 6 books here that are in front of me. So what we're going to do as we build our story tonight, and I haven't even done my opening. This is just bare bottom basics. So I start at the top of my list instead of where the star is, and see the star is down here. But that's okay when this all flows like we know. So anyhow, as we go back through those phrases of words, they will probably become very evident in different ones of these books. So all 6 of these books represent what I seek to present tonight, which it's kind of one of those slippery slopes because it's basic. People are speaking about it. And they are things that I have spoken about. So that lets me know. And of course, follow the money, follow the money. This is so apparent in the show tonight that it will keep repeating as well. And when we look at war, no matter what kind of war it is, we do know that it's a moneymaker. Anyone's names that I use tonight, none of it is meant to be cruel or ignorant or belittling. They're all so relevant in this exploration. And just like my opening, which is kind of getting pushed to the back, we have to talk about always current time, what has evolved since the last time we spoke. And then, like we've also pondered at and explored, would be how reality is affected as the aftermath of any presentation, whether it's entertainment or drama or conspiracy theories or whatever. It's part of what's gotten us here, and I'll elaborate on that too. Okay. The name of the video tonight basically has the word corona in it. And people are so fucked up and freaked out about what each one of these words mean. I mean, you've got COVID-19, you've got corona, you've got coronavirus, you've got the whole conspiracy and parody of the Corona beer involved with the code word Corona. And then you also have the thing about why people are hoarding things and needing toilet paper and being butthurt and having all these problems because, of course, the other word associated with Corona is virus. And that's very, very important. Okay. So yesterday, when I went out in the world, I didn't really talk to you guys yesterday. I did like real life shit. I drove around and got something very pertinent and necessary to my career and different application techniques that I employ to do my enzymatic magic on people. Okay, so that's always pretty easy and pretty fun. And when I say that, I mean, shoot, when you've known somebody 30 years and you speak as plainly as I do, and considering the fact that most hairdressers don't talk about anything but the light, fluffy stuff. So, I'm always bringing these deeper thoughts, and it started with the enzyme developers. So, I'm not just making up shit. But anyhow, they're doing curb service for the products, and that's cool. And then what was really nice too is it was a beautiful day, and I had some incredible music. And like I've shared with you guys, believe me, believe me, mhm, they can monitor, manipulate, program, and control every media device that you love. So that would be the television. Whether or not you have cable is irrelevant because I don't. And so, of course, we have our router thing, which everybody plays in and manipulates messages and does the little viral dance of contagion, which is internet hacking. So, I got to tell him what I had to say, and he was looking good. He was healthy. We did the little exchange of information that was very important. Get back in the Jeep, have a great drive home. Um, the music continued to be excellent. And, it seems like it speaks to me. Now, anybody that loves music or entertainment always has that basic connection that, they actually get something out of it. And it's, you're having a relationship with the experience of how you feel, what you see, and how you're entertained and how your mind works. So I came home, had to charge a phone up, and my plan is now I'm going to go the opposite way on my drive because first, I headed south from North County, 15, 20 minutes, no big deal, right? And then cruise back home into the center point and charge up the phone. Now I'm going to go 15, 20 minutes north. And I'm going to this, it's pretty famous, kind of, for a Hoosier town like St. Louis, but it's a market. And of course, they got all their plants and their flower and, flowers like baskets and shit. And it's a beautiful day, and everybody's outside. They're, doing their thing. And I'm scouting it to see if I notice any suspicious characters, right? And part of this is not feeling bad for defining the terms of these different kind of illnesses, because some you can get and some you can't. Some you have to get in close range, others you don't. Others are a little more tricky, but this is an easy deal. So everybody is very close, doing their stuff. I'd say half of them have masks, half of them don't. And I pull up next to a dude in a golf cart, that like would be considered one of the people involved in running this business, right? And he's cool and he looks healthy and all this. And then his gal or whoever, she was, is coming out and she's got the mask on and she looks like she works there and she gets in the golf cart. And what I'm saying is, excuse me, ma'am. And I said, so I just wanted to know, is it policy inside the store that, people are wearing masks? Because remember, outside we got half and half. And I'm saying it polite, but I know the energy and the vibration. And she's like, yes, you do. You need to have that mask on. I said, hey, that's cool. I said, I got gloves too. And, oh, I don't have any gloves on the counter. Well, anyhow, hairdressers always have gloves and we want them to fit right and be the proper type for the skin and, the whole deal. So what I said was, oh, I'm ready to go and I'm not sick. I'm doing quite well. And she gave me the face like, you don't know if you're sick or not. And it's like, see, that's part of this mind virus that's making people a little squirrely around the corners of their cage, It's pissing people off because no matter what they're listening to, it's vague to say the least. And I'm not getting all in depth into these little things. So anyhow, what she said to me was, well, the mask is the only way to fight this. And I said, I'm not so sure about that. And I said, and actually, I think the gloves are more important because everybody's fingering everything in the store and you don't have brass doorknobs on your opener. So I think for myself, and I would lay cash money on it, but the gloves are way more important. It's like, all right, man, that's cool. So that's my story about that. I'm not sure whose video that I was watching last night because I watched several. But something I did think was really relevant is what is essential life working in the service industries? Because, this whole idea that certain workers are essential and others aren't. And then if you plug in the relevant story on the table, and C.W. Channer said it first and best, but that I am irrelevant in this story. And last night when he started his live stream, it was so masterful how he set the screw up. And he is fucking clinically screwy, so he should be good at putting the screw down. But when he started the video, the first name he named was me, Suze Pratt. And keep in mind in this story, even though I've already given homage to everyone that I must speak their name tonight, that's their aliases. My legal, legitimate, real name is Suze Pratt, and that name has been stolen online, like we've discussed. And a lot of people act like I'm not even there. And I know that's all part of the game. I also know that when you play a game, you better play it with everything that you have. And that's why I made a hashtag called Play the Game with Us. Everything we talk about tonight, like I've already covered several times, but it's important to say. we now, as a society, are releasing people before the end of their education because they are so essential. When we're having a pandemic that people still are not comfortable speaking about, and the warfare between, can we use books of the past that are extremely relevant today to bring any help and information to the current situation? Because whether it's Trump screwing up the words, or the Surgeon General, or the FDA, or whomever, wherever, the words come so fast and so furious, and everything is, don't take it so seriously, and just follow the Pied Piper. You know what I mean? We already know that that's manipulated, not only by satellites, but also by the ability for it not to be unlawful to create fictitious media. So, back to the name of whatever, my focus is really going to be primarily sharing what I know about the computer transmission of the virus. And don't get me wrong, it really does affect people for real, because, they're hanging out doing their computer thing, thinking they got no secrets, or, nobody's going to catch them or whatever. And the boogie boogie thing happens, and, it knocks down the immune system on every level. They get sick, they go out, they hang out with other people in their little communities on ground, and they do get sick. And I also want to be very careful tonight to bring up something we saw on TV today and why it's important to say this. So I preface what I'm going to say with, when FDR was in office and everybody loved him and he was trying to do the right thing, and, the whole thing, it tied into, even back then, the connection that China and India played during those days, like after the war, and then into the whole thing, the idea that, oh my gosh, even by 1949, they were calling it the Cold War. And during this time, and now we're kind of over in the media part, all the people were accused of being communist, which to me, now we saw through the story of witchcraft and demonology and the Inquisition and the whole 9 yards. It was amazing to watch the footage and to see the people starving. And then for USA, the really good things that the men in high places were trying to accomplish. There were so many other things and so many other factions, and, the idea that at any given time, you have to know the right circle to delegate authority. And the way I know about that is through the Hair Emporium, because I empowered those self-employed girls with knowledge and educational skills that they could have a successful career and have a regular clientele. Now, we're at the heart of this nightmare because here again, essential service industries tie in hairdressing into nails and pedicures, which I know is a spa experience, but they're really different things. And then add in the comedy that you can't get near the client. And, salons are opening up and they're geared up and got plastic and masks and all that. And it just throws me back into the idea that I'm telling you for real. If you know your clients and you know yourself and you have a daggum conversation and you hear their voice and ask them some basic questions, you'll know whether or not that it's safe to engage that person. But see, we're back to the thing of the consensus and the customer is always right, and that the FDA does not want to deprive you of the enjoyment that you get from your personal care products that are also toxic and on MSD sheets. MSD is material safety data, not Metropolitan Sewer District. It's a chemical overview of the hazmat equipment that you would need, and you would have to know how to flush it out if you dropped it in somebody's eye. Like on Steven's show, Mr. Corbett, they're tossing the water at the gal's head, and then it's, of course, splashing her hair and knocking her in the face. And the whole thing is a mockery that at the same time, you got people that are not sick being treated like they're the problem because most of the people are sick. And then we're back to fear because it's such a simple concept. Because let's put it this way, okay? The philosopher would say that from the time we're born, we begin the cycle of a very slow death. We're being formed when we're in the womb, and then you come out and you get birthed into the world. And so some speakers on philosophy would say, yes, young dumb son, and hit him on the fucking head and say, from the time you take your first breath on planet Earth this time, you are dying. Now, in the meantime, there was no way that wasn't perverted, where there was a healthy conversation about the really scary things which look dark and satanic, which would be blood, and of course the sex is in there. And technology is magic. I don't care what kind of practitioner anybody thinks they are. If they're going to say that this divination tool is actually an essential tool, it would be the very same thing with technology. And a lot of that is, of course, mocked in the Atlantis story, but every great story has been mocked because there was no way to record it as it happened in real time that could not be manipulated. And then, of course, over here on the computer side of things, see, that's kind of pretty much what I've been screaming from the rooftops since this whole thing started and being mocked for and hated. And, I get it. And of course, everybody's figuring it out and talking about it. But, back to C.W. Dum Dum, he said my name in the beginning of his video. And then he included all these other names, which have been debunked primarily by their relationship or engagement with me. And so he spends the next hour and a half talking about all these other people, but the first thing they heard was Sue's Pratt. And in the meantime, he's terrified. So he's not going to repeat my name. I become irrelevant again. But why do you start out a relevant show from this douchebag? And then the whole thing was kind of built around poking me, and so was a lot of other people. You know, whether it was for money or for power or for a parody or whatever it is. See, that's where the big fuck you comes in. Because, like I have stated and witnessed and staked my existence on, they let me know from the go they had my back. And I spoke about it many, many times about how they were 2 steps ahead of everybody else because they started it, you know, the way I see it. And they had all my data collected long before anybody even worried about it. Whether it's the good guys or bad guys, if you're having the bet of a lifetime, isn't that like when they got all the stats on the horse or the performer or the athlete, and they say, okay, now here's the real thing, and we're locking it in the box. And then everybody's going to throw their money in and start knocking each other around and throwing each other under the bus. I mean, they would demand proof on whoever won or lost, or what the bet was, and the factions involved from the top to the bottom. So I'm not trying to jerk anybody's chain tonight. Okay. Let me say these phrases and address Jimmy. Oh, already I'm getting the poke. I can see what mood you're in. Now, what kind of mood am I in? That's the more important question, Jimmy Touchdown. So before I read my list, I'll address your first fucking question. Like I was saying, yesterday was pretty fucking twisted as usual. And then, man, I get up this morning, and besides assimilating all the information that I chose to engage last night while you were doing whatever. You see what I'm saying? Because if you're you're watching the whole time. So we can banter and play all day. But seriously, I got up and Joe said that on this cold, blustery, rainy morning, 2 carloads of people came to check out the house next door. So here again, when we talk about the symptoms being spread around, no matter if you open up the economy or you don't, isn't it funny that all these schleps are coming here talking about the haunted house and then, you know, the thing over here and there and, you know, all this stuff? I'm not saying my house is haunted. I'm saying the house next door is allegedly haunted. But it's really good in the story because they say that I'm such a bad witch and a scourge to the, you know, religious societies here that, you know, they ought to just have burned our fucking house down when they had the chance, which, of course, we go back to the Mike Brown thing. I'm getting off track. All right. So, a bunch of people come over to dick around. Good enough. The AM stuff was a trip. I'm talking about code wise, you know, on the web. And I knew I had to do this show today. And so I put my mind there for a while. And I mean, shoot, it's only 8 o'clock. It's not like I'm late for anything. But when I was getting ready, it was like, what kind of music do I want to listen to? Because the truth is that music is really so powerful, and it has to be something that you're in the mood for, and there'd have to be something that was leading you there anyhow. And I don't do all that online music other than listening to the music that I've made into playlists on my YouTube channel, or playlists that I've saved that YouTube or the artist, it's been generated for them. So I have 6 or 7 of those. But when I'm listening to music, especially if I'm getting ready or in the hair shop or, whatever it is, I'm always going to get a CD out of my case. And the one I picked out today is Def Leppard's Greatest Hits Vault 1980 to 1995. And there's a 15. Put that up there like that. So this is what I listened to. And it was perfect. Since I'm here, and before I do anything else, because I have to go back to the phrases over here. But we're multitasking, and it's always like this. Okay, so the names of the songs, I realized, I don't know, like 4 or 5 CDs ago. When I was a kid, I thought that they'd put a fast song and a slow song and, kind of alternate them. But, that's a childish way of looking at it. And there is always a coded message in the order of the music that the artists themselves put in there, or their producer, which, I mean, if you trust your producer, I mean, I do. I don't even know the guy, but I still trust the process. So, I'm gonna get because I'll need it. Okay. So, Pour Some Sugar on Me is first. Then we go Photograph, Love Bites, Let's Get Rocked, 2 Steps Behind, Animal, Foolin', Rocket, When Love and Hate Collide, Armageddon It, Have You Ever Needed Someone So Bad, Rock of Ages, Hysteria, Miss You in a Heartbeat, and Bringing on the Heartbreak. Later on, we'll do the fine print, and I have a little break between 2 topics, and that's when we'll go into that music in the background to the specific song I'm talking about. And so, Jimmy, maybe you can read my mind. Which song will I choose when I'm reading the inside case of the Def Leppard song? And a lot of the time when I know I'm in enemy territory, because I'm really good at this, I can blank out my mind and they'll get no reading. They'll still pick up on my frequency, and my mic is still hot, which means they'll hear me, and whether they're working with drones or satellites or different tricks, that are, they would say 20 to 30 years advanced of what we know now. They've been saying that for the last 40 years. I don't doubt it. And I think you could probably go back farther. But 40 is good. It's 1980. And it's my junior year in high school. And Professor Wittenberg, who was our sociology teacher, had shared to this class of little private school kids that the middle class was being decimated as we sat in high school. And so, back in the day, the majority of the middle class was the majority of the middle class. It was like this. And then there'd be a layer of what you call upper middle class. And then there was a layer of lower middle class. So by 1980, when I was finishing out my high school education, everything was turning preppy. And the rich kids, had their charge cards and, it was all starting, but I wasn't really into that. And then what you have to keep in mind too, with this computer stuff, oh shit. We were watching an old movie earlier, and the line was specifically about the dude holding the little computer. And that's it was on a fucking Charlie's Angels. And so that would be, I think Tracy's here, Joe. Do you hear me? I think Tracy's here. Yeah. What? All right. Yeah, spray them down. Okay. All right, now I want to know still. All right, I'm going to do that differently. So there's certain code that keeps being fired at me, which I'm fine with, about rest in peace Joe Rogan. Now, of course, the outside joke is that I wasn't into him and I didn't ever watch him. And just like in the rest of this story with all these fake fucks, I wasn't watching them. And see, if you weren't watching them, then you weren't cool. And so that was part of the viral indoctrination, I would say, into the culture of entertainment in the inner circles of said YouTube. In the meantime, you got to remember, and I'm begging you, because see, I talked about it first years ago and freaked everybody out, and that's actually when their reality was shattered. And of course, we've talked about the thing of there's no secrets, but let's talk about another one, which would be that strike two, Suze. Fuck.
Stop with the bone.
I got it. So when I first came online in 2014, I was immediately engaged by this computer. Any computer I was on, whether it was his sister's tablet, which was really freaky, or my iPhone, or the Dell computer that I had, or that Steve Jobs one, or whatever, I don't use it anymore, and we gave it to Joe's boss for the kids, for the girls. This has always been a technology war ever since I came in, only because I was using more than one device. Joe explained it like you can't just walk through somebody's mall without giving them dues or paying them. That's also what I've encountered online, that people that have free platforms extort money from you to listen to them. The result of people being engaged in those actions, I don't believe for a New York minute that people would find out that the end result would be, and don't anybody take this wrong, it's a literal medical term. Brain, and oh my God, I can remember when this started a fight back when I was in a setup with people that were talking about this, and it's like the whole story about the people that use the N word, and then there's the group of dark skinned people that use the word that it's more respectful to one another, like, or just slang. And then amongst dark people that sometimes when they would use that word, it would be fighting words. So it's a lot like online, and especially with this damn code we're working with, and the typed word, and people speaking using fake avatars or no avatars at all. I mean, of their real image. But anyhow, mm, mm, mm. Now I know this word not only because I've studied medical text, but also because I love my grandma so much. And she talked about that word. So it's brain fag. And what it really is it would be forgetfulness. I put too many letters in somewhere. Hang on. Forgetful. You gotta have, oh, maybe not. Okay, that's right. It would be forgetfulness. It would be memory loss. People love to use that stupid word dementia. I'm not going to use that word because I just said it out loud. And I think a lot of it is helped along by chemicals and pharmaceuticals. It's just a side effect. I think that there is a slight difference between mental illness and insanity. I'm not snarling at you, Jimmy. I was just reading your comment, and then Brandon had to get a little attention. I don't believe you. And if you did, you should have made a damn video so I could laugh at you. All right. Back to Joe Rogan. This is what I need to say about that. You guys aren't giving me a damn chance to do my show. What I've seen here online and people with multiple avatars or identities is their old self dies. For example, and here again it was CW that took the bait and talked about the night that someone that I know under another name, in his old name, he had a heart attack and was rushed to the hospital in ICU. So, in the one group, that's the story. In another group, the story is that he died. And there's so many reasons why I can't let any of this super sensible banter fade off into nothingness, along with, the sanctioned Elvis material, whatever. It all comes back to this, is the fragmented people online that are suffering from something and they don't know who they are. And it also ties into our belief in recycling or reincarnation, in the sense that the one entity fades out of the forefront and there's another one who theoretically you should never find. But I have that, what I've been doing. So I walk into it as natural and innocent as this whole fucked up story. And that's why I see it, and that's why people demand to know how I do what I do, and all I can do is do it. So okay. This is what we're going to be talking about, except for whatever you guys are talking about. All right, so symptoms of the mind virus and some of its attributes. And so, for example, we would have red face, irritation, fever, and that would be one side of it. And the other would be the rapid aging of some people. On TV, they look gray to me. There's a St. Louis dude that is always gray in the video game. And remember, besides the radio, the TV, and the computer, you got to realize that there's different levels of what I will call possession during the puppeting of the individual that makes the deal. And I don't know about that stuff because I didn't make no deals with no motherfuckers. At this point, I have to bring up Randy Moggins braggingly say that I was his secret weapon. And so when people tease about coronavirus virus. So now we're 2 words, you know. What I admittedly publicly said in my irrelevance was I know why they're using the word corona. I mean, I've always known about Cliff High and his web bots, and I knew I had met one a long time ago, and I went to sparring with him and engaging him because he was in CW's chat, and that's my friend Omar Corona. So anybody that talks to me has been at one time behind the scenes making fun of me, and Brandon will remember this and say, you know, one day she's really nice to me and the next day she's a bitch. Well, if I know people under different names or illusions of appearance, if I didn't have that attribute, I would look like an easy mark to be catfished. And I didn't come on the internet looking for a fucking dude or a fucking dykey relationship. That, you know, but when it comes, it came for me. And that's why I say, even by 3 days online, the interactions had started. And as I go into the second part of tonight's show, I'm afraid that I'm going to be, and I don't mean afraid like I'm scared, you know. The one side of the magicians and hierarchy and magical things that are going on that are really technology got a little retarded, you know. The whole idea of, will I be starting a war because I didn't agree to a name that I don't know that would be referring to me and being mocked by an actress or an actor because I refuse to take a link. And the links and things are going to come into my list too. Okay. You know, while everybody acts like they can't tell who's sick and who isn't, and that they still have residue from being traumatized by whatever made their system lack immunities. The people are so fucked up now because this was spread through, I'm talking about Corona. I'm not talking about COVID-19. See, now we got to get, you know, please remember, I'm talking about the word Corona, and I'm talking about viruses, and this is my take on it. I'm not saying the president said it or any other asshole talking on alternative media. I'm saying I said it. Damn it. But, you know, there's responsibility in that because, like I said, people are already talking about it. This isn't a popularity contest. This is about getting the help and the information where it needs to go. So, what everybody's tripping about is that you could even spread a pandemic through a damn computer. I don't know. I mean, how can people be so ignorant to something that they believe is more intelligent than them, and then be angry when that intelligence calls them on it? One of the things that I need to bring up in that particular statement, I think it was so easy to not only spellcast on the technology, but to spread it through using Photoshop in the most innocent incarnation of what's going on now, and then of course it would go the whole way up. When you create a graven or a false image and then involve it in pedophilia or pornography or plagiarism. Here again, I don't think anybody knew how deadly it was. That's not what I'm accusing anyone of. You know, the current story on the table is about, and I know this isn't the right word, so forgive me, but you know, when I would say the feds or whatever agencies had pooled resources to clean up Pornhub, get rid of that son of a bitch. I mean, don't get me wrong. People, I guess, that want to engage in it and it's not hateful or where anybody's getting killed or hurt, surely there'd still be a place for that. I can't imagine with all the special interest groups that couldn't be worked out to where if that's what people wanted. But why would people want that if they were happy? So I'm still a little confused. And one of the most insidious things on the table would be whether it's on an old Atari or whether it's on a newfangled sex doll. They both can hook up to the computer and do things that spread the virus. And I do believe that that's an act of warfare. You know what it reminds me of? Is Ian had a friend growing up that was always video gaming, about 5 years older than him. And he had some kind of a mental shortcoming. I don't know what it was. I don't know what they diagnosed it. I don't know if it was more nature or nurture. It doesn't matter. Immediately out of high school, he was signed up with the military and he became one of those kids that flew in the simulations and dropped bombs and didn't have to know that it was them that got the kill. You know, like that's one of the things about I guess as a coder or building programs that you would know about. And the best modern and current relevant example I could offer of that would be the channel known as Defango. you know, and yeah, it was me that busted him live streaming on an airplane flight, bouncing off of different satellites. And I mean, you know, I haven't had a phone for, what was it? I guess I got this phone in 2016. But, you know, before that, I always thought that they told the people on the planes, you know, you can't live stream or use, you know, I don't know because I don't fly. You get what I'm getting at. There's rules and regulations. It's the fucking FC, fucking CCCCC, like they say in the movies. And so the stream was dirty and it was terroristic. And he's the bitch that's got the hit list in the fucking never ending story. And now he's crying because, well, you know, just go catch up with him, right? But see, it's going on in every group. And I'm not saying the names aren't relevant, but what is terroristic and criminal is when names are specifically coded to represent the one defending her life here. And I'm supposed to react or become sad or angry because those names are being used. Like totally Tucker would like to say Susie. And, you know, Mel said Suz. And then somebody asked me in one of the YouTube comments, could they spell my name Suez? And all I know about that, and I can't remember who it was, is that from the go, there was a group of people on Facebook that would call me, you know, would type to me and use Suez. I think it's really important to know who we're talking to, and I'm afraid that, say, on one hand, like out in the real world, or if you get into the lunacy of microchipping or, you know, having some kind of a vaccine or whatnot that would know exactly who you are. When all that stuff's already been plagiarized and manipulated, I don't buy it. And I think it's back to our immune system. So, another subject we're going to cover tonight is going to be the early days, long before I ever rolled in, where even the people that knew a lot about the computer were having to find out that they didn't any longer have autonomy, which means that they could hide their true data and legal name if they used an avatar or they had their own server or router. You know, here again, I've always been illiterate on the words because I was never given any formal help or any kind of basic information. And I blame the idea that the computer companies could know they would hide back doors because the government said they had to, and be able to create this warfare and then to hold us responsible on disclosures, which nobody theoretically had the time or education or legalese speak to discern and put it into a a dummy book. You know, and I never bought a dummy book, believe me, but you know, Barnes and Noble, like Math for Dummies or Toilet Paper for Dummies or whatever. That is a plausible deniability kind of legal loophole jargon horseshit because no one knows those words, even a master grad of the subject, because it's been too fragmentized, specialized, taken down to one job to perform. And then that creates the plausible deniability or the idea that even the leader of our country wouldn't know everything that was going on. And that allows for this Ponzi scheme and this democide. And back to the FDR thing today, man. It was so damn obvious looking back at it. And it's on regular TV. And that's why I ask people, don't be a day late and a dollar short when it takes 2 years for an eternity. Because at first, everybody did think the internet brought them way more true information or more pure entertainment than the TV. And of course, people already didn't know who to trust or what to think. And then it went viral on them. And they said, well, I'm not going to watch the TV. I'm not going to believe anything on it. And all entertainment is bullshit. And they coded the whole thing. So through learning these hard facts, you know, that's where people get their hearts hardened or they get their brain fucking injured, you know, like in the PTSD of it all. Being that I come from a business background, I knew about PR and sales and marketing and even politics in my simple industry of hairdressing long before I came online. When I first got here, Prana marketing was up my ass. And I kept trying to explain to them, you don't get it. I already got a whole setup. I just need somebody to honestly engage me and work with me, which of course I was never given the opportunity. And I get why now because of the data hacking and because of the assimilation of everything that I had accumulated over my whole life as far as knowledge goes and put out there like a fucking movie where, or a story where it's supposed to be about the guy's daughter, but you know, the timeline doesn't work out and you find out it's really not about her, it's about somebody else. And I said, yeah, I get it. So the playing with the time travel and spinning the fucked up YouTube wheel and acting like nobody knows you dirty deleted something or put a pretend date on it. To me, it's like betting on that long shot that anybody would ever figure it out. But even these computer dudes, it's like back to knowing the truth. If they know where we're at and know that now in this virtual land of these avatars, which are hulls of people now because they've been drained and, you know, the energy loosed and the yickety yak and all that crap. It is really like they can push a button and erase your identity or push a button and fuck up your social security number or push a button and take over your address and your identity or push a button and get free food stamps when you don't want them because there's somebody else's that never asked for them and they just switch names. It all seems cute at first, but why would anybody agree to do that to anybody else full well knowing it's somebody's baby or somebody's family? And How did it get to be to a place where only certain families matter? Humanity cannibalizing itself. And the idea that, back to the FDR thing today, that there wasn't enough food for all the people and what needed to be done about it and how those things were manipulated. But here again, like I said to Joe, I said, if you live in whatever place it is, and there's a faction, no matter what you want to call them, and I've been saying this too, there are great people and terrible people, and that's what the word awesome defines. If you don't believe in a higher power, of course, the lower power is going to infiltrate that structure. You know, people like to call it a pyramid. How is it that someone that had never wanted to engage in technology comes online and is told by Randy Moggins that I'm a data hacker? But see, it was all given in code, and so that's why I'm back to everybody's names that I call out tonight. What if this is really some fucked up deal where deep down these people are my friends without remembering my name because it's their own principles and morals? Back to the brain fag, I think a lot of people don't have time to know who anybody else is. And it's because their time's been stolen. And then that's why everybody that was an extrovert decided that it was imperative that they spend more hours than I do um, talking about their lives and making up these stories because everybody's really experiencing it on some level too. It's obvious that our real lives are involved in a program, multiple ones, in a matrix, and every force that I can't even name is watching. I can't see how that's any harder on anybody that ever sat in a confession booth and they knew that you could see through the screen if you got up close. Or I've never been in one. I don't know about them, but you know, I've seen it in movies and I can visualize it because I have screens in my life, right? We have to be able to talk about this. I'm glad for whatever chat is happening here. You realize the third party evaluators are already in this, and no one has a vote on the witness that I'm giving. It's very important for me to bring up now, with other ways I believe this. virus has been passed through technology is through this stupid meme story that I heard last year. And then when I put it all together, these daggum fucking stories all come out of the computer coder that set everything up for Walmart, no other than DeFango, aka the elusive man, with the hit list and the airplane and the deal and the little dog I told him not to eat. He's an auditor. And, everybody has a big name they use here. So I'm not yelling at him. He reminds me of a teenage boy and he's scared. It's like when you realize that your race car goes too fast or that your game is out of control. And that would be really hard to be the person that is legitimately on paper as doing this. And last night with Channer's banner, when everybody was named that he was throwing out there in the pool, everything that he was talking about went arm in arm with what DeFango, who Channer inverted and called Fandango, you see. And so just like this viral fuck you that's going on and playing out, people invert and change and then slither off with their story. And that's kind of like there are sick people that know they're infected, that they say, fuck it, man. I'll be a kamikaze. I'll walk out into a busy thing and do the deal. I mean, we accepted that there were heathens. I mean, surely not us, here in the US, but that there were, other cultures that had trained their people to detonate and kill themselves, no different than many religious, spiritual, sexual cults like Jim Jones or Children of God, and then we're all back to the pedo thing with Zen Gardner, CCN, blah, blah, blah. And then it just keeps going on and on into our second guest of the night. Well, I'm only here, but part 2 of what I'll be doing, because I'll be bringing somebody's face and voice. I will mask the face with a soft scarf. The story is weirder than the face that the words would be doing. And it all connects back to why I can't let this sanctioned Elvis thing just fade away, because it's tied to it every bit. And then it takes us all the way back to the data dump of over 2 terabytes. And so, in my mind, when CCN's illustrious bosses installed that backdoor in my team viewer, see, it was already there because Apple put it there, or whatever you call this computer with the bite out of it, right? But when I was first engaged in the Elvis investigation, it was whom had gotten to my messenger and I developed a friendship with that did that data dump. And then we're into FIOA or FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, and also there's two categories of private information, like they're talking about, I had to write whoever to, get the secret information and submit it to the Alibaba dude. I already know about all this shit. And so it was back then, which was in early 2017, when this character, I'll call him Mikkel, was hoping that no one saw it. He was very worried about that. And of course, how they like to say online, snitches get stitches. Well, it'd be the same kind of thing as if you're having a personal relationship with somebody. You wouldn't go out and narc them out and say, hey, you know what douchebag did? He dropped 2 terabytes. Ha 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 ha. Because in the end, it was all the Elvis stuff. I mean, oh my goodness, there's a show that I've done where I brought every handwritten booklet out of every video that he had put up. And so, the long and short of it is, whether you want to believe it or not, the internet was developed as a data collection device that was a spy tool, is a spy tool, and why anybody wouldn't realize that it still is, and even more so now than ever, and would be directly related to the destruction of all of our main players on this global stage, because how they tie together is really evident. And back to this meme thing, I saw it through DeFango's propaganda that at the beginning of 2020, that memes were going to become illegal in Europe, and that 60% of the computer like programmers and technology people would be out of work. And of course, a large percentage of them were students just getting out of college. And so what their solution would be that this year, which of course, they never finished because the virus, that it would be the last year where your college student would be able to choose a path of study, and that it would be mandated by the state. I'm not saying this is true or not true. I'm saying this is the story out there on the table that I witnessed, and I have to bring it back to, with this computer virus, that when I first saw it was on DeFango's channel, where he was playing the video game that the kids had locked themselves inside the dorms at that college, and it will tag back to the I don't want to say anything wrong because I know my neck's on the chopping block. The connection between Wuhan, Seoul, and Korea. And these events where whomever has become an avatar in this world, in this game, once it expanded out through Zoom, which to me looks a lot like the Zoom function, but if it's on the old Ataris, you get like 16 screens, and if it's on Zoom, you know how many it can go up to, and hopefully you know the whole racket behind Zoom now. And then you have to keep in mind that we have government officials who aren't supposed to have that app open on their computers. They're not supposed to be using Zoom, allegedly, because it's not safe like they thought, and the whole thing's hitting the skids, kind of like Pornhub kind of reform, let's call it. It was the video game format where I first identified that I was looking at 11 or 12 screens that were a fucking video game. And that would be like your mass groups of people, or your fuzzy shots, or the ones with a lot of bang bang shoot 'em up. That's when these cases started. Yeah. One of the other things that I think is really fucked up about this is that there's a progression that happens in the illness. So as they're, you know how you can take somebody's real picture, the human image, and then make an avatar out of it that's sexy or better or bigger or brighter or whatever. Okay, so you've got that whole action along with the video game thing. As this virus takes over, the people usually tend to get a little sillier and more plastic.
Fart knockers, go around.
That's one version of the virus versus we're dealing with what I saw in 2017 that I've spoke about at great length is the first time that I was able to read the worms and the parasites and the bugs and the afflictions walking around not only on people but at Graceland and in some of Elvis's videos, which disturbed me a pretty good amount.
You coming in there, didn't you?
That's when I knew that it could be on anybody, anywhere, any place. And then what was really weird too, and it was on the same night, I do not have a copy of these things. I know whoever's got the secret information has it. And what it was in the same remote viewing with the Graceland and the LVI doppelgangers and the grounds and landscaping. But on the same night, it was this place here in Ferguson that was black owned and operated and burned down during the riots and built up again, and that Oprah made famous on one of her reality shows. And we didn't eat out, and I'm not eating soul food, Chinese food, seafood, bleeding food, none of it. It's not my game, you know. But I think it was called Sweetie Pies, and the black family started out very wholesome, eating together as a family, babies, and everybody looked pretty healthy. As they got the money and as they went through this show with Oprah, which was a reality show, you could see them changing. I could see them changing. I could see the worms. Thank you. Close that, please. I could see the worms and the parasites on them. And what was the most traumatizing about that? So the woman that ran the restaurant had a grown son, and he had a girlfriend, and she got knocked up. In the meantime, they had broke up and they had had multiple partners, and they built that into the reality show. They were showing it. And by then, him and her had both been affected by multiple partners, and the greed thing coming into it, and the fake religion thing coming into it. And they moved on up like George and Wheezy, and wound up over in this neighborhood by where I used to live with Dobie the Turnip, and bought a big house in Barrington Downs. They were built like shit, real cheap and manufactured, poor quality, big, all black. And when they moved there, it got really bad because that neighborhood went down really hard and really fast. It wasn't even a decent neighborhood by anyone who had ever lived there standards. It didn't make it more than a decade. Anyhow, that baby, when it was born, they had to do an emergency C-section. And the baby was rushed to like a NIC unit. And they gave one camera shot, because they're going to show the baby to mom. Now, the rest of the family's out in the waiting room. And they're all in prayer because, of course, the mom or the baby could lose their life. What you're seeing in that flash of an instance is the mom disgusted by the look of her child because the child was so premature and it was red and little. And I saw those worms all over it. I don't know if she did because she had them too. This was 3 years ago. And just for me to have that kind of experience was enough to be a trip. So that's why I do know that these things are possible because, like, I could open up my phone right now if I wanted to be that way, and I've been that way with many people as I've been taking this evidence, where it's obvious that I can see them on their face, and I take a screenshot and I blow it up. You guys have seen them. It's pretty bad. And then the other thing, of course, would be when there's these great tragedies, and these major players have come in and done their manipulation. One of the big things that has come out of this is, and it goes back to Randy Moggins again, him and a guy named Steve. They were the only friends on a friend request I had by this priest, archdiocese guy, last name Barron, the voice of the YouTube Catholic channel. And when I went and checked him out, the first thing on his feed was this younger black kid from Nigeria. And I thought, that's fucking weird, man, And so, of course, I went and looked at that kid, and I looked at his associates, and that's where I found the pictures of all those bad things, all these trafficked children, all the Nike information that went with it. The individual with the either little itty bitty penis or really, really big clitoris. Kids smoking blunts, kids being given cocktails, and kids being trafficked and harvested and prostituted. And those were the screenshots that I collected. In the meantime, it was very convenient having the whole Zen Gardener Children of God Conscious Consumer Network hub, which winds up being the Computer Misuse Act, and we're back to the viral contagion. So you see, that's why I had to bring all that up. This spy tool, in my opinion, is what has weaponized and created this warfare that's beyond the gaming industry. And then the last thing I have to say is when somebody removes someone from the board, everyone faces the question, which master do you serve? Part 1 completed. Fuck. I didn't mean for it to run that long. Okay, now Jimmy Touchdown has entered the exact same comment that he said about Britney Spears before. So now I'm going to say that, let me do it this way. Let's do it this way. Let's keep everything cool. I got 6 books. This one is The Fallen Sky, The Medical Consequences of Thermonuclear War. There's a lot of different kinds of nuclear war than anybody ever knew. We can all agree on that. A lot of people say that not only the destruction of Notre Dame, not here in America, you know, the real cathedral over there in Europe, and also 9/11 had these small nuclear devices that were threaded through the structure so the nuclear explosion wouldn't kill people in the immediate radius. And I have diagrams and facts and figures and all of the real stuff in this book. And what's so great about this book is it was edited for the Physicians for Social Responsibility by Saul Aronow and Frank R. Irvin, MD, and Victor W. Siddell, MD. The point I want to bring is the statement, it's not Brittany's fault and she cannot be held responsible. Brittany was on the rag at the time it happened, is the statement that follows the first statement, which is leave Britney Spears alone. In another show, those two comments appeared exactly together, and I addressed them as I went. Now I'm seeing the bigger picture of that, which would be the reason I picked out this book is because I am going to state that the pertinent information in this book would be how the algorithm program / diagnostic data that plugs into it no different than a virtual fantasy football dude who is an avatar of the real dude. His true statistics have to plug in there, which would mean how high he would jump or how fast he could run or what his average was, like the horse, you know. So as they do their continued experiments, which basically encompass all of Mother Earth, nobody can say it was just a game. It was fucking real shit plugged in. Now, when you say something that fucking cocky, to imply that, see, you can take your statement 2 different ways. And it's cool, a book sale. Now, who the fuck said I'm selling any of these books? See, that's the first thing that comes up, because these need to be in a motherfucking protected, official, historic damn library, because there are no other copies of this shit left. And I've told that story, Jimmy. Too bad you didn't subscribe to me from the beginning. These are books that actually come out of McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed Martin, different places, and I'm a fucking purveyor of wisdom. And a lot of these books actually say, like this one doesn't have the official sticker in it. I can't fall back on that. But a lot of these books said if they have been damaged in any way, you return them to the damn library so they can be destroyed. And so I think that they expected these books to never show up, just like I was supposed to get buried so deep I could never get up. I mean, everything's in here. And, you know, it reminds me of this. So, like, I guess that was this morning. They were showing the new color enhanced coding drawings of what's on the moon and what they left behind. And then you got to get to the thing, and did you really land on the moon? And now you're over at Walter Bosley. And, you know, the whole idea about how he's going to deal with his Channer relationship and Cliff High. And, you know, Channer saying that they're all getting sued, and Corey Good and Yakety Squack. And it's like, you know, you bitches are getting on my last fucking nerve. Because no doubt, Walter Bosley and Rob Gautier befriended me on my Facebook page. So, as all of these people say they didn't know me, then why the fuck did they ask me to be their friend? And then Channer says he's not in Facebook and he's just under a fake name somewhere. See, that's how fucked up. I'm telling you that this viral part that was manufactured through technology is making people sick. It's not just because their immune systems suck, because they eat like shit, or they're fat asses, or they take a handful of pills. It is because of the behavior that they engage in. And my last statement is, I want to say that Jimmy is similar to Omar Corona in the sense that he is, and fucking totally Tucker, of course, that these are more cyborgs. They're men that have been fused with technology. Tag it. And see, why can't we be honest about this shit? Why can't we talk and realize that there has to be a reason for this season? And it's like I've explained to you about Steiner saying, man, you know, sure as shit, there's going to come a day where a person's insides show on the outside, and that will determine their beauty through truth. Code AM. I wish I knew better what to say about that. Hi, Amy. Welcome to the show. And of course, Brandon. And anyhow, you don't even have a professional pair of scissors. That thick ass hair of yours, you ain't cutting shit. You do better to chew it off, Brandon. Let's see. And look at how many college students were encouraged to take amphetamines and prescribe medication to succeed in college, and what that would have really done to them. The too much thinking, you know, in Alcoholics Anonymous, they call it stinking thinking. Whether someone wants to do it or not, I don't think they have control over it. Yeah, you cut your own hair. How tall am I? Isn't that funny? I am exactly 5'3.5".
I gotta get Snoopy Ron in here. Come on, my baby. Come on. Come on.
It's an excellent question, Amy. Amy Maxey asks, if a person gets grand mal seizures for the first time ever at age 33 with no family history, is that considered possession or an actual illness? Seizures went on for 5 years. Let me answer it this way, Amy. What is a seizure? Okay. So the medical community defines seizures as XYZ. When my middle child, it was before she hit puberty, she had an episode that Western medical jargon would call a seizure.
Some kind of sells some motherfucking bear days, huh?
It wasn't, and I was there and I saw it. So let me back up a minute. So during the same time that I'm going to tell you we have a traumatic event that happens at 1:30 in the morning where I'm alerted by my screaming ex-husband, she's dead, she's dead, she's dead. And I snatched Ian up off the fucking couch. You know, I always nurse my kids, and so, you know, I had fed him for the end of the night. I've got him tucked in the couch, which was very soft leather, and it was very secure, and blankets, and don't think I'm a bad mom, right? But anyhow, I grabbed him up because he was crying before Tim was screaming, and so it was like an energetic thing that came through everywhere. And I grabbed Ian and ran in the bedroom, and it would be like Lauren looked like that image you see of when Christ is brought down off the cross, and then my ex is in the position of Mary, supporting that limp, lifeless body. And what I saw, so see, now I'm going to have to describe to you the only thing I know to talk about. So her hand was up around her throat. She was pasty fucking white. There was no noise coming out of her mouth. And I knew she was alive. And I also knew the energetic entanglement between them two would be deadly for me to touch. You know, like getting electrocuted. And I called on the name of Jesus 3 times, which is something Mama Lil taught me to do. And she was able to open her eyes, very shaken, had no remembrance of what happened. And what I knew it was, because I'm not a medical doctor, right? And I don't believe in the disconnect between the mind, body, and the spirit. But anyhow, they talk about astral travel. And so when you think you're sleeping and whatever's going on is going on, and all these things are happening, you would want it to be a good landing. So, like, imagine how a helicopter is going to land gently, evenly. So, what's supposed to happen is when the sleeping you is going to wake back up, the sleeping body is arising to meet the fourfold human, which there's an astral body and an ether body and a couple other things. So Lauren landed into her body. Okay, imagine it like this. Here you are sleeping on a bed like this, and that fucking helicopter gets hit by some kind of bullet up there, and it comes crashing in to the body, and it sends it into a seizure. So I hope that answered that question, because I know you have a lot of conversation coming up that I'm going to address. 33 is the crisis year. We've discussed that. That's the culmination of the Christ suffering, dying, and raising. So when we had our conversation, you spoke to me very numerically and very intelligently in a way that I knew the code was happening, which doesn't mean anything bad to you. Like Jimmy was trying to, like poke at us a little bit the first time we went through that. But from the more I've seen, I have to go back to the viralness of how this modern technology has affected us as not only humans, but as mammals. And then, from there we get into another shit show. Oh, I do need to say more. Okay, so you realize if we were Western medicine in the box kind of people, the diagnosis would have been seizure, and they would have medicated her. She would have never had a driver's license from the way that we were told, and that she would be studied. I don't like my kids or my friends or my own self becoming some kind of twisted medical experiment, and I would rather live my existence as organically as I choose to. The last thing I want to say with the first statement is that during that time when Chelsea allowed the Ouija board to come in the house, because this all fits into a chronological timeline, Chelsea was accusing Lauren of being possessed, and Dr. Dunn, the metaphysician, that gave me the my symbol thing. It was all very deep. He had anointed Chelsea and I, and it was a trip. And he was as tall. Like if anybody wants to talk about ETs or aliens or like watchers or something, this dude he was so nice. But he ran an alchemy shop, and he had all those candles for sale, like the Catholics like, and you bless them. That it's beautiful. I'm not mocking it. I mean, there was a lot of things there, and him and I were having conversations, which I dig. He would make up, because he had an apothecary. He'd make up like not only anointing oils, but the incense I meditated with in the room by myself and in the Scarab Manifest. And he also made the bath, like a soak that would pull these negative entities off of Lauren. And it was nuts because I don't know if Lauren was fucking with us or if it was real, because she's a Pisces and born on St. Patrick's Day, and she's the one that would write on the wall of her room, "Who am I going to be today?" I mean, shit. You want to talk about viruses and Pornhub and bullshit and fraud and stuff. My kid is pivotal in all of it. But it's not her fault. She was inducted into a gang, and I've made all that public just because people don't hear it, or it's too fucking tripped out for people to get, because everybody on Boyd, of course, says, "Oh, hey, once it goes into your real life, it's gone too far." Well, these motherfuckers know that this was my real life. They didn't want to get in trouble, so they plagiarized the names, because you're guilty you're guilty until proven innocent, and nobody knows me, and I'm irrelevant. And oh yeah, I'm dead, by the way, too. Fascinating question. Okay, Suze, I know this is a side note. You saw an article on Bang Showbiz website on 4/21/20 saying that Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson will be using their blood by medical researchers who are developing a vax. I saw that too. The bigger code behind your question goes in this order in my head. We have a married couple out of the country that get a virus or a parasite or even a worm. On one side of the fucking thing, on one side of the scales, okay, you got a story that he must be involved in some satanistic pedophilia action over here. And this is the hive mind saying, all of Hollywood's corrupt, everything's bad, Okay. Now, on the other side, which has got the little bell right here, see? The little bell. Well, fuck, man. Tom Hanks is Forrest Gump. Are you high? What's wrong with you? He's a national hero. He's lovable. He's honest. He's genuine. And he's simple. So we have, I don't mean simple like stupid. I mean, because, they tried to make him retarded too, and he wasn't. That's not the point. We're talking about innocence here. So we got innocence here. And we got fucking guilt here. Okay? That's how I see the code on that question. Now, the next part about that is that when they came back, they did both look sick. I'm not saying their nose sounded like it was full of worms. I said they looked sick because there was a lot of wear and tear under Rita's eyes. Tom lacked color to me. She did too. I'd say they both look paler than usual. Not that I follow them. I'm not a Hollywood gossip person. And I know that every word I say is critical. And they're already wondering if I have the courage to say, bring up this idea. Okay. So if everybody was aware of what was infecting them, even on a sexual level, and we know that there's 7 different strains of herpes/AIDS virus on the playing board, who is going to say that they cannot be together and be a loving couple just because they have whatever the fuck they got, and I don't know who's got what? Because you got to remember, we're still dealing with the mentality of a flu, which means that it mutates. You get it once a year. You get a vaccine whether or not you get that strain or that you get sick. It would be about, did the CDC estimate the correct strain of flu? A lot of people, even when they go on cruise ships or go out of their own habitat or travel overseas, the first thing they always say is don't drink the water. That's because there will be a parasite that is native to that land that if you live there, you would have built up an immunity without getting a shot because you've been dealing with it all your life. To take a natural herb or something to expunge the worm or parasite, and you bring them out and you live with it. And that goes back to the simple thing of pinworms hovering around the anus, and they used to easily get rid of all these things with a spoonful of castor oil, but people didn't like castor oil. So they said, hey, we'll take that new modern toilet and it'll just go away poof like that, like magic. Kind of like they're expecting that blood from someone else could heal the other person, because it's not true. And when people don't acknowledge blood type, that's a walking death sentence. So I'll say that. I think the reason they keep saying they're developing a vax or keeping us in quarantine or only allowing certain businesses to go up is because it buys them more time for more people to die and become infected and become carriers. And one of the things I keep shoving at Joe's debate is that people are already having the second round of it in countries where it was identified before here. And then you have the lawsuit, allegedly, of whose fault it is, and it all goes back to United States, China, and fucking India having an orgy. A technological one, of course. I'm not saying they had a full-blown hedonistic experience or nothing. But here again, even the people that thought they knew about the computer turned out to be as ignorant to it as me. They were ignorant to the supernatural and mystery school aspects. They felt like they knew everything because they had had traditional in-the-box education, which would trap them. And me, I get blamed for my own demise on the computer because I didn't know enough and was too retarded to be on the computer. And I've done technological fucking somersaults, flips, splits, and high kicks around these fucks. And that's why it was too embarrassing that I brought the story I did concerning my own life and how it is intertwined to these Elvi. And that goes back to technology, mind link stuff. The big thing, and this doesn't really fit here, but I gotta say it when I say it because otherwise I don't know where to put it. All this fucking space travel shit. And now we're in Walter's tennis court and the other dude. There's a lot of them. But this whole adrenochrome thing, let's flip it on them, okay? Did you know that whether it's the people in high places or in government or in corporations or the wealthy are given the same benefits to some kind of medication that stopped a fungus that was brought back on the space shuttles? You know, once a fungus or a virus is even recognized, it's already encircled the globe. CV, but I'm assuming CV is COVID virus. But it also said Tom Hanks was in Australia making a new upcoming movie called Confirmation of Spirit. I didn't know that. Phenomenon progress. Elvis Presley. Biopic by Baz Luhrmann. Okay. In this thing that we're going through right now, Australia is as important as Canada. Australia is where many people that study the bottom of the ocean and people that are on the more esoteric side would say that where Australia is where the human population lived during Atlantis, and where the destruction came from, which was the military hub, was Antarctica. So when they misused the crystal, which was the technology that's the same in the computer now, it created a thermonuclear kind of an explosion that created like a toilet that drained and flooded. So back in Atlantis, I've said it before, I feel like the girl in that story that had to tell everybody that there was only 5 hours to live. Because those people knew that something really bad had happened, but they didn't know what. And, it was supposedly too dangerous to live on the surface because there were big animals, aka dinosaurs, that picked people off a lot, and the environment was too extreme a lot. And so they also had underground cities. And to me, that would be like a bomb shelter or, underground tunnels or the rail, the underground railroad. You get what I'm saying. Or even Tartaria and Flat Earth, not Flat Earth, Tartaria and the mud floods. And then we're into a whole bunch more arguments. But anyhow, those people were led to their communities that were, think about it like the pyramids, like some people want to say, oh, they were just simple fucking crypts, for the rich. And then other people say, no, 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 no. That Ben Stone, and that top crystal that should have been on the pyramid was the power generators that were the same on the cathedrals and these great buildings that made their power system like ours is all wires that are either above or below ground. But whatever their technology was, they had clean water, they had entrances to underground cities, whatever. And then, of course, when the continents divided, see, a lot of people still argue about where was where. And the maps have been redrawn, and continents have been split apart, whether it was natural or with technology, kind of like a lot of people believe. And I saw those stupid maps, of course, when I first got online about the United States being blown up here where I live. Underground nuke, Southern Illinois, a couple earthquakes in geographic spots encouraged by fracking, the flooding of land, and the division into these naval maps. And to me, we've always been in a repetitious cycle, and new situations get plugged into the algorithm. And I still know that there's things occurring this time that never happened the other times. And that is what I said about this technology creating, for a lack of a better word, a living movie which proves what's going on this time. We're so much more than our bodies, and we've never been here before. I mean, that's like the whole thing about our evolution as a species. There was one place in the world, they say it was between Lemuria and Atlantis, where the human didn't need or require or ask for the kind of free will that would separate them from their source. So they had an abundant amount of knowledge that no one had taught them. It was natural. The last thing about Australia is a lot of people consider it like a prison. And then, you know, those fires that did or didn't happen. Because it really did happen in some places. But it really didn't happen the way they showed it. So I got to tie in the video game. And then the biggest thing about the whole statement, back to FDR's movie today and showing the people die in India and in China. They kept calling them Indians. And of course, here in America, the original inhabitants were called Indians too. But in Australia, when they fight bushfires, they have acknowledged full well that they needed to let the Aboriginals do that job. It's their specialty. They live isolated and alone, and they do the job best. But of course, you know, just like always, whatever governing faction is coming in says, well, we're going to do it. We're going to manipulate it. We're going to profit from it. I don't know anything else about that. Speaking of both, what the hell? Hang on. Oh my gosh. It just went, I don't know what happened. Speaking of both, CW and Elusive are both running live videos right now. Well, see, when I go live, they're actually watching us and mocking this whole thing. It's just like I've done these last two shows, not tonight, but the two before, where the limited number that you believe have seen it are acknowledged, and they all positively respond to it, and I lose subscribers. So through their hacking technology, not only are they busting themselves and CW said he was dead 3 years ago. And his videos are morose. And he's leading people to their slaughter. DeFango and CW have always been, because Elusive Man is DeFango. I should have mentioned that. You know, he was supposed to be elusive. And that's when his status changed in the video game because he was already a gamer. And this goes back to the original addiction of what drew people online. And so both of them are too young, but you got to realize the masters of the matrix that we are experiencing were my age and older. I'm 56. They had parents that were in the know and had money and were exposed to technology before the middle class was. And you have to realize that some of them chose to do incredible things with their technology. I don't know what they were. I would love a disclosure on that one day because I find it childish. But there were ones that were taken by the virus. I'll just keep it current with what's happening. Yeah, I've talked about those fucking parasites at Graceland. And see, that's where it goes back to the seeding because I feel like they were poison seeds. And, you know, the big belly dude that was the groundskeeper of Graceland. And he was in between the portal of those two big trees in front of Graceland. And then there was the circular walk that went through those trees. And he was moving the watering hose. And so it was very specific. And he would go into his pocket and he would dispense this stuff. And he was located in the beginning on the left big tree that would face the screen because you've got a left and a right. And as he was there and I was watching, the way the disease was represented on the trees, on the grass, or on the bushes would be like on the grass, it was almost like it was quicksand, like it really wasn't there, like it was a little lower than the rest of the terrain. On the trees, it looked like, you know how when a tree gets cancer, the bark looks sick, it looks like it's the wrong color, it looks like it's emitting something. And it looked like that on the bushes too. Soul Food reality show. That one's not coming to the top of my mind right now. You know, I've done over 600 fucking videos. And most of them are too long and people don't watch more than 6 to 10 minutes. But see, that's where the algorithm fucked up these douchebags because not only were they monitoring the intent, but they were monitoring the real statistics behind how long people were watching and how they felt about it, because long before anybody knew they could do this, whomever is the 0 point in this, I call him number one, that he was showing them to the select group of inner circle that are the big brainiacs of it. And, you know, I've also heard it called the Gaia navigation experiment, which I have to tag back to the whole thing with this cockamamie story about the involvement of Gaia, Gem, the Corey Wilcox, Corey Good, David Wilcox story, and the fake letter that I was the one that said this can't be a real letter because it keeps looping and repeating. And I know business and I know how to write a letter. And it felt to me like in the beginning where Jimmy was repeating himself, I felt like in the Presley story, how they had these huge scripts already written. And to influence popular opinion, when something would go viral, one person would give 3 paragraphs of it as an answer. One person would give a sentence. One person would give like the whole script. It was fucking crazy. And I've seen it in the Priscilla Presley story too, where her 92-year-old daddy dies and people don't know how she's going to survive, and she's in her 70s. And now we're back to people that had no clue that they were mortal. It's pretty twisted, right? Come on, Suze, finish off that chocolate cake. And this has not been no fucking cake story now. And you probably won't even like part 2. You sound crabby tonight. You on your period? What's going on? And anyhow, oh yeah, you'd love this story. I bet you already know it because y'all bitches know way too much, which I'm glad of, but I don't like to be teased. So today, I fucking made lunch for Ja and myself. We're talking about fresh potatoes washed with organic health food store vegetable wash, because let's not even talk about the debris on fucking shit people are putting in their mouth. It's back to seed and poison. Doesn't matter. Okay, so clean potatoes. When I went to the store the other day, I purchased 6 different kinds of garlic. Not only lemon pepper garlic, or orange garlic, or minced garlic, or garlic powder, or whatever. We like garlic. The point is that I was able to season very fancy, and you know, sometimes Joe's in the mood for this or that, but in the end, he says, well, he doesn't care if the vegetables are mixed in with the potatoes because it's all going in the same place. I feel completely different. I wanted the potatoes roasted. I steamed them first in a fucking pan, and then I transferred them into a glass dish where there was more seasoning added and some other bullshit. I didn't want cheese because this is about roasted fucking potatoes. This isn't about Chinese food. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm that kind of bitch. Back to me being a bitch. So, the potatoes roasted. And then the vegetables, of course, fresh green beans. And then frozen broccoli florets. And fuck, I I didn't put the carrots in there, but I put the corn. You get what I'm talking about. So I fucking was Susie Homemaker today for real, and did the motherfucking dishes and prepared for this show and dealt with the bullshit on fucking tube, right? Now, I don't want to miss Saturday Night Live tonight. You know, they got the Zoom edition, but I'm not going to get to see it. So, because I've got some real work to do and getting down to meat and potato shit. And I still got to pee. All right. Okay. Hey, what's really going on? Wait. There's no killer bees we can't exterminate. Slick. I saw it on YouTube. Man. Well, then you should know that that's already gone viral because it actually started on Facebook. And Joe's been on Facebook fucking up his normal friends and even having guilt issues already over it. And, you know, he's very Libra, but he can help his friends. And you know what's fucked up is even though he doesn't want to be involved in the platform, and he believes, I mean, his beliefs are always changing with my role, but that I was manipulated, it was my fault. I got involved in things I shouldn't talk about, and nobody cares. And of course, he knows now that it's different, but what I'm saying is he would be so much more popular than me. And everybody likes it better coming from a man. If he says something, he's very, what do you call it? He can get them thinking a whole different way. And it's like they go into the acid trip, is the best way I can put it. They go into that other mindset. And people that don't even know him are commenting on the threads that he's responding to. But everybody saw him coming a million miles away. They knew who he was. Just like they know who I am. There's no thermonukes, man. The aliens wouldn't allow that. Hence, no nukes. See, there are a lot of stories about that, absolutely. But I still highly disagree with the word alien being interchanged with extraterrestrials. And what people believe the difference is no different than the discussion we're having tonight about these different fucking plagues. Because the way that people have held me down and mocked my intelligence is by saying that I'm using the wrong words. And I do the best I can. I mean, most people's words are so inaccurate that nobody even keeps count. Okay, maybe we got nuked 20 years ago, and this is just a bad dream. That might explain a lot of things, actually, or we're in hell already. It's what a lot of people believe, that humanity has always been in hell. Yes. I see that all goes back to Sophia's ignorance folds into Lilith, of course, too. Folds into life also. I believe it's a religious uh what do you call it when you're superstitious? Okay. To believe that matter is profane. Don't carry you too far away. The matrix key lock starts at 3 with no water. You've given me that information before. All I can say to you, Jimmy Touchdown, is that in that article I did about the paper about the end of the world, in an 1899 newspaper article from St. Louis, you've got the guy that wrote the article saying that by 1930 he knew that we'd all be dead and that we're just living in an illusion now, and then we're back into the matrix and the spaceship and the idea there wasn't enough energy for all of us to stay alive and that people are being absorbed. Wait a while. What am I waiting for? And see, that's why they say I broke it, the matrix, because I plugged in data that was relevant that had never been entered into the computer, and that's why it was a secret weapon, because they had all the pertinent information plugged in by 2012. Wait in the woods for the X cometh. The matrix key starts at 3 with no water. See, and that's why I have to feel like you're taking advantage, that you give me a parable that I'm inadequate to answer.
You want outside, Chelsea? Tomorrow?
Goodman's the best has ever been. I disagree. I wish I could agree, but I saw him drunk and belligerent sitting at his own bar when I worked in Crestwood and I used to drink alcohol. Amy says, Suze, I thank you and greatly appreciate all the information you bring. You will not be buried. You have risen, in my opinion. I have great respect. Thank you, Amy. You know, I'm not really good at talking about this, of course, but there's the 40 days after the crucifixion, and then there's the ascension. And so it's kind of like, since this is a game that none of us have all the answers to, and that I'm the one that was put out there to do this job, I have great hope that, during these 40 days, that I have a accelerated window say the right things to turn off the old program. Yep, cyborgs. Tinfoil hatter. Somebody's trying to make me stay. You know, we gotta be moving on. Yeah, that's like the circus leaving town, or people getting off the planet before the thing happens, or even is Leonard Cohen a dark man? And back to our topics tonight that we have to speak about that are mocked by the ignorant as being dark. But the noble thing is being done. Wait, Tinny, the answer is blowing in the wind. Sue's Mr. Wrinkles is looking at his meat stick. Why is my camera the wrong color? I can't help what these dogs do. I'm glad the answer about the seizures helped. Because didn't matter which way we went with it, I still lost my baby. And I say her persona or her avatar is trapped in a woman that thinks she's one name and I know her as another name and 3 other people, and that's something. Tinfoil Hatter says it seems that knowing too much about so-called microbiology is hazardous to one's health and not recommended. Okay, Tinfoil.
My baby.
I can respect that sentence. And you just give me the opportunity to bring up another book. So this is called Practical Bacteriology, Blood Work, and Parasitology with clinical notes. It's the 8th edition. The author is Stitt, S-T-I-T-T. And let me ask you this, sir. How is it that the medical community knew more about these things before 1917 than after the Depression, when they came out with their new knowledge? I think they got retarded and got hit on the head. And I marked a page, and it does go with this in the sense that, the malaria thing is what's coming next to our door, and the medication of malaria, and the idea that whether you're talking about malaria or about SARS, we're dealing with worm and parasite infestations. So we're going to look at benign tertarian parasites. That'd be the top pictures. And then in the middle, we have the quartan, Quartan parasites. And then below them, we have the malignant tertian parasites. So tertiary, doesn't that mean 3? And isn't quatrain 4 or 5? Or it must have something to do with it. I'm not college educated. The words I have won't be exact, but they will be more accurate than the fucking educated. There's a price to pay with both. Let me move this. Okay. You got a good look at that. I'll hold it up for a minute if you guys want to screenshot it or do whatever with it. And you know what it reminds me of too is how people don't realize that these guys have different kind of mouths and different kind of attachments and different kinds of reproductive cycles. So that's a diagram of that. And I mean, I think we could have a show where we spent hours on this, and I'm just going through some stuff right now because doesn't it figure I open up right to the page. Okay. So this is about the diagrams are going to be flatworms. And then flukes are the classification. And like I told you guys, when I did that 3-month colon cleanse where I pooped out liver flukes and it was very painful. I was blessed to do that cleanse back then because what I found out through my investigation of flukes, liver flukes, that they are carcinogenic if left too long. And so when we go back to these viruses, whether they're transmitted through alleged sexual intercourse or through shared IV use or through technical espionage, the result is still the same, which leads to death. So there's that one for you. And I can remember back when we first moved to Ferguson, one of my daughter's friends had been mounted by a guy that was very abusive to her. You know, they had a sexual relationship. And one day she went to the OB, you know, just for a regular checkup. And her doctor, who was a female OB, when she was examining her, and she was looking at not inside her, but her outer skin below the belly button and above the vagina area, she saw this thing poking, like sticking out of the skin, not on the outside, but trying to push its way out of the skin. And that was a hookworm. It was really gross. Now, these are some roundworms, and what it says, the sentence I'm reading up here at the top, it says the female gives off embryos from the vulva, which is near the mouth end. And so if we're talking about invisible worlds that can only be seen through a microscope, you see how easy these invisible contagions that are spread through mediums which aren't known to do so, how that happens. And I'm not even saying that the people that knew everything about the computer knew it could do this. But the whole idea that it would be too dangerous to speak of, I don't know how they're going to keep pushing that at everybody if we can actually look at books that were put together that are not bullshit. And, you know, when you consider how many different kinds of heads there are and how they can suck and fuck and inject stuff, it's worth the so-called leaders and the greatest minds to have to deal with this instead of ignore it. Oh, and another thing, never forget, you know, snakes, you know how they were created in such a way that they could be severed and they would grow again. That's the other thing about this. So never forget that this virus is able to grow and turn into something new and stay alive as people's immune systems are being destroyed. And that's why I still say, if anybody's bored during this lockdown, why the fuck aren't you doing a colon cleanse? Okay, I really gotta pee. We got 4 books left. I've got no entertainment. See, I do. I suck. I knew I had too much to do tonight. But ask who, well, doesn't matter. It also seems that talking like you do is hazardous to my credibility with the liars. Yeah, it's tragic, isn't it? The skin rubbers. Yeah, and what about these weirdos that want to have their skin cut off? That's all I can say. And I think that's about not being comfortable in your skin. So, in the Hollywood movie about Elvis, the mind wink is in there too. That figures. Right, Australia and Antarctica, yes, Amy. Break time. I wish, Joe. I gotta pee. Biblot is the proper spelling for the Biblot. Yeah. I wish there was more time for that. Thank you, Amy. Jimmy wants to know who's Snowball. Who is Squealer? Where is Blackberry Farm? Now, Blackberry's supposed to be the most baddest cell phone from all I know. Who is Oryx and Craig? Who is Sweet Pickles? Who is Pork Chop? Are Vilvey and Wagner one? The Matrix key. Ooh. So Jimmy went into a whole sequence of machine script. And Jimmy gives a code. I'll show it. I have no clue what it means. And like I said, I feel like everybody wants me to perform and do tricks for them, whether it's psychic or whether it's matrix or whether it's computer. And it's like when I get done talking to people, you know, if I'm pushed to perform or to be a joke, I'll fucking give you the worst time you ever want to know. Read the code, you will have the answer. You sound like the Green Knight. Now, if you looked like Sean Connery and was glittery and fine ass, you know, you'd just be using your physical to push your weight around. So, Amy, I've still got the paperwork to the specific brand that I used, and the way they marketed it was approved by the best physicians around the world, yakety squack, and it would remove not only the tar, sludgy lining in said colon region, but 4 to 40 pounds of undigested whatever, and the farm that you would now come to know in the toilet, you know? I'll pull that paperwork out. You know, when we started redoing the living room, I took my file system and put it upstairs. So it used to be right here by me, and I could go to it. And then, you know, the chiffero or the bureau or whatever that used to be right here at the doors is now beyond the doors. And that's where a lot of my paperwork is too. So I'll get that out for you. In the meantime, if you've never done one before and you go to your health food store, if you're lucky enough to have one by you that has product, you would have a selection of colon cleanse pills. You don't have to stick nothing in no orifice. You know, a lot of people make jokes. And the way it works is as long as you're not already suffering with an obstructed bowel or an irritable bowel, your bowel movement would already be regular, and you would start taking a pill a day, you know, usually at bed so it can work while you're sleeping. And then you get up and you have bowel movement. Some of them would say to you, okay, now if one works fine for you and you're not in any pain, you would increase it, you know, so you'd take, say, one a night for the first week and assess how it was changing, and you would feel what was going on, and then you would make that choice. PYD is per your discretion. So we're going to have a long talk soon about the importance of magnesium IVs in today's medical industry. That's where you get the term per your discretion, because it will save your life in case of an emergency. It will alleviate your suffering as well as get your system full functioning. Like when I first started having the magnesium IVs, it was one a week for 10 weeks. That's a lot of needle for me. After that, depending on your state of health, you might need one every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, once a month, once every 3 months, as much as you could afford. That's PYD. Hi, Ethan. No gluten or dairy, probiotics, and fresh uncooked veggies and fruit. Maybe look into the turpentine, or not turpentine like the kind that, people would drink and die, because we have to tag that into everything else that's going now. But a turpentine, I'm pretty sure, is an enzyme. But be careful, it can be dangerous in improper doses. Yes, thank you. And one of the biggest things about what I always brought was giving anybody anything or recommending anything that could be dangerous to them. So that's very important. The biggest thing about uncooked veggies is that there are worms and parasites, no different than meat. And they're natural and normal, and they're in our world. And some of them are good. It's kind of like white blood cells. It's good that an A blood type has an overabundance of them. But if they get out of control, that's leukemia. And so part of the code, Ethan says, I don't get paid enough to read code. Bless your heart. But yeah, part of this whole thing is realizing that there will never be one set way for all of the population. The medical industry needs to focus on specifics around each blood type and get over their lying trifling asses. And when they poke or prod any test experiment person, which we all are, the least they should do is have the intelligence and compassion to allow you to know your blood type instead of telling you it's not important, because it's one of the biggest lies we're dealing with right now. Jimmy. You know that's Elvis, or the man we know as Elvis. January 8th, 1935. No doubt a Capricorn. Little Aquarian traits here and there. My mom. Which one? Amy says it's great information. Always polite. Always thanking me. Always acknowledging my time. And see, Amy, that's what I wanted to do. One of the things when I brought my business online is I wanted to be a health consultant in the way that I could help people develop their regimes and work with them one-on-one. It's not personal at all. It's what I wanted to do as a legitimate aspect of my business because I can't do haircuts virtually and I can't do those online, but there's so many things that I've devoted my life to that I could do online, but I wasn't given the opportunity. Red flag. The day he chose it as a departure date, whether it was one way or the other. I know. I know that wasn't him. Who is Snowball? All right, Jimmy. Part 2 of the show. Maybe my guest is Snowball. Okay, Slipnoy. Yeah, Ethan, y'all are way too, you know what I see you guys as fucked up as it is? All these secret societies and these groups and these institutions. Like I said, there are good people and there's fucked up people. And the good people took it seriously when they had their Scrooge moment and decided to come back here and fly straight. And that's how I see who I am calling male in this chat. Amy's staying with me on the feminine side and being a sister. Vinyl and Wagner won. Vilvy, not. What the fuck did I say? Okay. I'd love to be your consultant and work like that. You know, Amy, what I've been waiting for this whole time is the person that had already benefited from my knowledge that would say, here's your reward and here's your platform, and step in and run this son of a bitch with a group of trusted advisors. Who knows? Okay, so I still have not went over these other books. And I still got to do my other work. So let's just hit the books really quick and then I'm going to go pee. Okay. This book is so critical. The Immune Restoration Handbook. And this is the second edition, written by Mark Conley. And it's recommended by so many people on the back page. This has such a huge section in it on AIDS and the natural remedies that should be helping all the people that are suffering. So that it have to be a whole show on its own. Of course, I brought my fucking cosmetology book. And when I say mine, I'm not kidding. It's fucking mine. Mine. And the hours that I spent each month in studies are listed. And even the test scores, the average for each chapter. So even though hairdressing was something I never expected to enjoy or want to do, I hope this can prove that I did take my studies seriously, if nothing else. And my overall average, when you take all the averages of each chapter and divide them by the number, was 94%. And that's an A. The point I wanted to make about this book, especially when you get into skin conditions and disorders, like I told you, we had to know every one of them, know what it was and how to spell it. And in the meantime, we've progressed to a place where there are so many new alleged diseases that mimic old symptoms which hairdressers were taught in their books. So these days, with people having all this shit on their skin, I mean, like treatments and plastic surgeries. The best way I can put it is this. Back in the old days, before a female went in the hospital for any surgery or any kind of an evaluation, part of the protocol was they must remove their artificial fingernails. I remember this because I was a young hairdresser running a business and having nail techs that did fake nails, and you could see how fucked up their nails were underneath the fake nail. I mean, there was all sorts of shit growing in some people's nails, and others were just so thin and rotten, and their hands were so important because they worked with the public, see? So it was a total embarrassment to have to remove the artificial nails. Imagine the same thing with the artificial eyelashes, because I see way more damage, and I've seen them both. So I think the mucous membranes are much more susceptible than a pure protein plate. I mean, they can get fucked up too, obviously. And back to the space travel and the fungus. What's the biggest problem that we have right now? Well, it's fucked up feet and fungus on toenails and sores on the bottom of the feet of the people that are infected with this plague. Your feet are really, 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 really important. I'm trying to find the pictures. Okay. So, like, definitions pertaining to inflammations: dermatitis, eczema, psoriasis, herpes simplex, fever blisters, and occupational disorders in cosmetology. And so the herpes should be obvious. And then you see that crusty thing on that gal's neck, and it says, it's a side effect of the perming solution. these days. And I'd say I've been watching this for the last 20 years. People that don't get perms would have the same scaling, drying, and peeling of skin that's, like right on the hairline, because there's so much difference depending on whether or not you're on an area with hair or without hair, going back to beards and hair hiding the infection or the worms. And it's kind of like the masks. The masks are hiding the plague. And it's also mimicking symptoms of skin that isn't there. And why isn't it there? So on this next page, these are contagious disorders. We start off with a vegetable parasitic inflammation called tinea, Tinea. It is the medical term for ringworm. Ringworm is caused by vegetable parasites. All forms are contagious. Tinea is transmittable from one person to another. The disease is commonly carried by scales or hairs containing fungus. Shower baths, swimming pools, and unsanitized articles also are sources of transmission. And it starts like small reddened patches of little blisters. Several such patches may be present. Any ringworm condition should be referred to a physician. We move into ringworm of the scalp. And so, see, the first one is just on the skin. But if you look at, oh, fuck. All right. We got to go back to the comment about the bees. The reason why is on that second picture that you're going to see. They're going to talk about Tinea favosa, also called favus, or honeycomb ringworms. So I wanted to tag the honeycomb to the honeybee. All right. There we go. Hang on, let me make sure I got it. There you go. So we're talking about the top two so far. Then we drop down to animal parasitic infections, scabies, which is caused by a mite, pediculosis capitis is head lice, and here's something funny, I guess. I wrote, see, my beauty school teacher, Sheila, besides being my party buddy and friend, she was a stickler, man, and she was the best teacher anybody could ever ask for. Too bad we can't be friends anymore. It got too heavy for her. But what she made us do was cross out this paragraph and write in the margin that you cannot tell a patron, which means a customer. You have to advise to a doctor. You cannot tell the patron. And what it refers to is it says to kill head lice, you can apply larkspur tincture or a similar medication to your head before you go to sleep. And then you shampoo it out with germicidal soap. And of course, the whole thing that I was bringing up about the CDC is in situations that are contagious, you never treat that condition in a beauty salon. So, in the end, you definitely need salons that are educated in times of pandemic to advise people what to do and to have them go home and do it. I mean, if you're selling out for all the big money and you want to fucking gown up and be that person to make contact, I would say that a simple release form would be adequate, which is a written contract between two people saying, I'm already fucked, I'm going to take my chances with you. I don't know. And then, of course, below that, we've got furnicles and boils and carbuncles. And, you know, the big difference between a furuncle, a furuncle, or a boil, the carbuncle is an acute staphylococcus infection and is larger than a furuncle, and it should be referred to a physician. Well, of course, in times of plague like we're dealing with now, there are as many people dying in hospitals that are not related to this alleged grouping of viruses. People are dying of things that are being unattended to. Nobody's home. The insurance won't cover it. And that's why we need to have the information provided and made public as far as what people must do for themselves to stay alive. And then here again, you'd have someone like myself, and I'm sure there would be people in every industry that would still be able to relate to their basic education that could help the average person that did not have that education. Okay. Now, this book is very simple, safe, effective things that have been proven. Whether you're in a developed country or in a third world country. And it's called The Killer Plagues to Come, How You Can Be Invulnerable to Them. And here's what it tags back to, is it's viruses. So it says, you know, the cat wants out. A deadly new virus is hidden in this plane. Will your immune system be capable of destroying it the moment it enters your body? Only if you begin taking these anti-germatics today. And this is a special emergency report by William H. Lee, R.Ph. PhD, and Lynn Lee, CN. CN, I know, is certified nurse. Really good book. This would be a perfect example of something that gets mocked that they've known forever is the thing that could help, but they've got a pill or a potion or a fucking crock of shit to sell you that they can make money off of instead of things that they can't make money off of. So we're back to the sales and marketing. We've also got hepatitis B in here. And you got to remember, all these hepatitis things nowadays, that isn't something that people my age were forced to get because it hadn't become a contagion yet. But when my middle child started working in the food industry, that was the kind of shit she had to get. There is a chapter in here on homeopathy. You know, the stuff I talk about. And that would have to be a whole show in itself, too. In this part 2, it says new hearts for old, a heart transplant in a bottle. And that would be your cholesterol fighters, your nutritional supplements, low-fat protein, lecithin, vitamin E, and more, and chelation therapy. Oddly enough, when I received those magnesium IVs for that few years of my life, after I had my last child, they also did chelation therapy. And the name of the DO was a very lovely Pakistani man by the name of Tipu Sultan. Isn't that fun? Okay. So, of course, we've hit 5 of the books, including the beginning of my education and this stuff. The last book, I think, is so relevant because it's Steiner, and of course, it's called The Tension Between the East and the West. You know, these non-progressive places that were hidden behind walls, like, let's say, the Orient. The reason they were so healthy and lived so long is because they weren't westernized. But there was an exchange of information that happened down through time that took that natural element and kind of removed it out as the new religion was getting poured in, which was modern culture of the West. In the meantime, so many people that live in the West, which would not only be North America, but it would be Europe as well, you know, the majority of Europe, that's the West. But depending on where your point of reference is, you can see how an ignorant person could say, well, the east of the United States would be bit, 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 instead of the West. It's really all one and the same, but it's like we talked about the other night. Depending on the region that you live in and the seeding of the poison and what you deal with in your environment, that leads to different outbreaks. So, for example, not only is New York progressive and sexually forward in its thinking, per se, they would also have to deal with overpopulation and rats. You know, a lot of people like to think of California as a healthier environment, more organic, more progressive, more hippie-like. But here again, California is at a disadvantage with the Fukushima water and the poisoning of the first river ever in American history prior to the FDR happy story. And that was the allowing of the American River to be poisoned in California.
This is Saturday Night Live. Miley Cyrus.
Perfect time for me to pee. Let me go to the bathroom. No, Danish, wait. I know, hang on. I know. Oh, what a talent, you know?
Wish you were here.
Yeah.
Here.
Hear what? What is it? What is it? I'd love to. Oh. Really? All right. Keep yourself occupied. I haven't seen one of those for years. Right.
I like that.
I do too. This reminds me of stuff I've seen, like at the nut shop.
Yeah.
That's cute. I worry about this one breaking before any of the other ones. That's very cool.
I like Steve. I like those people. I like that stuff.
Hashtag don't drink rage. You hear it? I know you guys heard it. Tag stroke. So Saturday Night Live is every bit as entertaining as I could ever be. Because they're just, I know it's hard to believe. They're on our side. They're team human. Look at Miley. So much talent, such a beautiful soul, but still being able to be corrupted, to strap on a dildo and ride a wrecking ball and, do all these kind of things that make her seem like such a controlled little shill girl, right? Or a monarch sex slave or something. I mean, we're dealing with such powerful forces, and media is such a manipulated situation. Would it be so wrong to have a moral, ethical leader within a group that would be the ones in charge of reforming and getting all this scourge under control, because it does affect people's minds. We are dealing with a plague. It's not a joke. It is on every level, and it will repeat. Okay, so I'm not going to read Steiner's bio tonight. We can do that in another episode. We are at 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 59 seconds. The next thing I have to do is very complex, and the reason why. I just can't hear that when I'm talking. I'll open it up in a minute. Okay, so who's Snowball? What's a snowflake? And who are the people I care about that I've made hate me through these disclosures? And they don't hate me. They hate the situation that they're all in a spy versus spy versus spy, or a cyborg, or a warrior, or an avatar. So I have to do the next thing I'm going to do, because if the pattern repeats, it will all be removed from YouTube. Even though channels are removed and taken down due to third-party copyright violations or whatever reason that they give, they come right back up under another name or the same name, because we're dealing with technology that most people can't conceive. I can, because I've been through it. So under Article fucking, oh, I was going to say special provisions clause, Article 15.9. Seriously, under the Fair Use Act of 1976, I bring this strictly as an educational piece as well as a paranormal spiritual investigation, which is PSI work. It also connects to the remote viewing and to the whole Elvis material and what happened on my computer. So I've got enough reasons to do this. Now, in this investigation, I will also tie this entity to other avatars, entities, personas online. And it's amazing how much that essentially they're the same, but in the same respect, I don't know that they know who each other are because they're in different countries, in different time zones. They've been afflicted different ways. And surely, as spies that have been in this game that happened when they got affected with the mind virus, it's like when you wake up and find out that you're not really you. In the meantime, there is something that fuels them, no different than what compels me to do what I do and say what I say and follow my path. So that's why I said I'm not trying to say anything mean about anybody. Okay. So last night, when I was in the middle of someone I listen to regularly, not because he entertains me, but because I know he's in the Selvite thread in my mind. He's also the bot that I've talked about. I feel like I get something out of the code that he emits. And he's on, I wouldn't call it a self-destruction path, but he's connected himself with the very thing we're discussing tonight. The guy that I listened to in his story, which is relevant, he would be Australian. So we're going to tag it to the thing earlier about the comment about Australia and then the explanation thereof and its multiplicity. He is absolutely connected to the guy with the Elvis phenomena investigation and, all the stuff. And the last time he resurfaced after getting cut off, I did make a couple videos. I did talk about it. And sure as fuck, he got taken down again and they all went down. In the meantime, don't think for even a half a minute that I do not acknowledge and believe that the minute I watched him last night, he fucking knew. Because we are all connected somehow. So let's say that after I go and get my tea and hit that thing again and come back, that it might be gone. That's how fast these matters move. He may want everyone to experience it. We also may walk into that. I have it ready to go. It is not in English. When I went to high school, you only took foreign language if you were college bound. In the meantime, English was everybody's first language globally because of our conquest and our place on the stage. But this whole phenomena that's happened with me, they came in at me several waves over these last 6 years in many different languages. Part of the code in this was that it had to come out of America, and also that it would need someone with a global presence to alchemize it. So we're going to be listening to French. When I did the last videos, there were certain things that were easier to pick out than others. So, for example, Susie, Elvis, Elvis Presley, Sophia. That would be a great example from the last time this happened. At that juncture, he was very angry. He was being pursued. And the way the story begins is that he would be the bastard son who was locked away that wasn't right. That also connects back to our Australian model. And who we're going to do this work with. From the go, Joe kept saying, he's not Skutnik, he's Sputnik, like the satellite. Every different name is coded for a different reason, no different than COVID or COVID-19 or Corona or coronavirus. They're all like roots of a bigger word that is a single word that doesn't describe it accurately. It was late when I was listening to these. It was actually this morning because it was after midnight, but I went to sleep. And I guess I went to sleep. I mean, I can be in and out and comprehend and react. So everything is blended together, and that's why I'm peaceful with it. It'd drive most people nuts. I get that. It's the way I've been living now for years. Nobody needed to hear that, you know? The way it feels to me now is that he's asking for mercy and explaining his case. Like I said, even though I've been judged and found guilty and mocked and theoretically or figuratively or supernaturally raped or killed, that is no way for me to behave in return. That doesn't mean I'm turning the other cheek. I'm not a judge, and I'm not interceding for any of these fucks. I don't mean fuck in a bad way. I mean it more like just simply unfortunately it's the love that turns to hate, and that's only because of their own fears or their own deceptions. And I really do care, and I think that this is vital beyond national security. And if we're really all dead anyhow, where is the real retribution? And we've already been traumatized and abused so extreme that all all I do is hope that I gain some insight, and I want to hear more of what he has to say. So when I went through it last night, I got a lot of it. I always get more doing it in a way where I review in close enough time to where I have a comprehension. Jimmy says, and thank you again, Amy. Jimmy says, wisdom is not a product of schooling, but of the lifelong attempt to acquire it correct. But it's self-education, and schools can become corrupted just like government and religion and church. And this is one lifetime lived out in a series of incarnations. Great wisdom is generous. Petty wisdom is contentious. A fool is known by his speech, and a wise man by silence. I wish that I would have been given an opportunity to have. I wish that all these games hadn't been played with it, so I could have been silent instead of snippy. Figure out who Snowball is. You gotta go. Well, when you got time to touch down again, you'll have to watch the video at the 4 o'clock mark and see if I'm close, because to insinuate that there's only one Snowball, I don't believe it. What a wonderful book. You did a great job. I've always understood since a young age. And Salinas. You know, you're giving me a good, deeper message, because this is, to me, about even Selena's story. And you know, Jennifer Lopez played Selena. And the story about what happened to that woman and the anger that surrounded her fame and fortune. And okay, and then you say salons. Cute. All right. Well, hi, Randy Lynn. Welcome to. You know what? I hope you speak French. It's funny. I'll tell you something, Randy. Is when the Sandra thing started, which is Roberto Sanchez and the Don and the mastermind of all ET media from south of the border. I had a million friends, you know, that were Spanish, and supposedly here in America, everybody takes Spanish as a second language. And even people that were Cuban that I knew personally, they were either too busy to translate for me and thought it was quite witty and funny, or they couldn't really understand the dialect coming out, because in these different languages, depending on where you come from, there are different dialects and mannerisms and ways that they speak. So if anybody that's involved in this knows French, to me, it's a combination of French, but there's a lot of German infused into it. And I've never been outside of this country, so I really don't know. Um, like, I don't have any experience to base it on, but it's mannerisms. Hi, sweetie Tweety. You know what? I've already missed 2/3 of it. And why can't I see it on YouTube? Do they do full episodes? I mean, I just know that it's all over my Twitter, and you can find anything you want to watch on YouTube. I do too. I feel there's great freedom in what we're experiencing together. And I take my role serious in this jailbreak. Oh my gosh. You gotta be fucking kidding. Brandon's gonna shave his stupid head. Both of them are just one. Hmm? Sounds like an Edgar Allan Poe story. Well, you know, Edgar Allan Poe is very connected to St. Louis and to either myself or Elvis. I don't know which one still. Oh, you better believe the Memphis Mafia still exists. But they're not the guys that looked like Elvis's poser friends. Aw. One of the scariest fucking things I ever heard in French. How romantic, Brandon. Je t'aime. Um, you know, the first boy I made a man, you know, who was very possessive over me, would always say je t'aime, and he was always telling me what I could do and what I couldn't do. And he was a big strapping guy that was a year younger than me, and you know, I was too big of a hose bag to, like, you know, be approved by his parents. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. You know, I gotta tell you honestly, Brandon, and the Elvi get quite upset with me. I'm way more attracted to the romance of the Spanish language. I know French is supposed to be the language of love, and I know from the FDA's or FDR story today, you know, the president thing, that we decided a long time ago that we are allies of France. Now, I don't know how that breaks down in this code we're getting ready to do, but say you know and I know, Brandon, that the Russia Ukraine thing ties in with my information, the misuse of the computer, and this whole story about the international Elvis pictures compared to our country bumpkin version of the extraterrestrial, the prince from another planet, the guy with his fucking face on Mars, and the face of the Statue of fucking Liberty, Elvis Presley. Sweetie Titi had 2 years of German in high school, but went to beauty school and didn't have all 4 years. What beauty school is 4 years, Stoner? Here in America, it was 1,250 hours, and the states with the highest hour requirements go up to 1,500. Well, Isla Bonita. Going the other way, okay. What good's it do, Elvis, to have his face on the planet of war, though, is the bigger question, right? Okay. So I'm going to let you roll into it and get a feel. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get my tea. Oh, I want to say one more thing. I think it's very important. In the rants last night, here's how the story goes. Is that these people that are now being tracked by the Roundup crew, King Arthur's Merry Men, however you want to throw it out there, that they are so butthurt that some people get away with stuff that they're not getting away with. And I keep telling everybody it's about your intent. So in this Discord last night, not the Discord server, the conversation, they had to throw out all their marijuana, Ms. Wonderful likes to call it flavored tobacco, all their paraphernalia, and quit smoking forevermore because they are coming after them for smoking on screen. Now, you guys know that I don't hide anything. And I've also explained to you that whether it's scientists, neurosurgeons, remote viewers, cops, whoever, they've all realized, oh my gosh, she's the same whether she smokes or not. Oh my gosh, she's not a fucking drunk or a pill popper. She's a regular little redheaded girl. She is okay to smoke marijuana because she doesn't hurt anybody and she doesn't get stupid and she doesn't lie to people. So we're going to let her do it because that way we will have evidence that it is not a gateway drug and it is not a narcotic. It is something that Creator God put here, and some people know how to use it right and others don't. In the same stretch, I'm one of those bitches that doesn't really like to trip mushrooms because I don't like the taste. I think it sucks, makes me puke. I never did more than a hit of acid. Are you kidding? And of course, big partiers, like Chanter, bragged to doing lots of it. And, you're a fucking pussy if you only do a hit. And I'm telling you what, to me, acid felt like what it would feel like to die when you're coming down because the strychnine in that window pane, Chanter, was, to me, it was feeling like the energy was being drained out of me. And it was like a dark ritual. And this liquid acid that they've been giving out to all y'all, and don't get me wrong, I get it too. It is more of a therapeutic treatment. It is not the acid that anybody that is under the age of 56 would know. And when they were doing the Timothy Leary experiments, I don't know if it was in the mid 60s, or I mean, the mid 50s or the early 60s. The people that are old enough that may have been involved in that were broken into different groups. And so there was a group of intellectuals that worked within the hospitals, and the people weren't restricted or tied to their beds or nothing. They would be just like me sitting here talking to you guys, and you guys would be the doctor or the psychiatrist or the neurosurgeon. There was also the group that was given the bad acid, like at Woodstock. And, as you get into these fucking conspiracies and all these stories and these psyops, of course, Woodstock was held on government land, even though it looked like Mr. McDonald's farm or whatever. And it was what you would call an uncontrolled experiment, just like Burning Man. So, for every good thing, this duality, which people insist on, which I completely disagree with, is why you would have these different groupings of people, and depending on their socioeconomic or who their parents were, that's how they would be filtered into the different test groups. You went to beauty school every other day, then went to high. Oh, you went to a technical program. That's good. That's good. And then you got the rest of your hours in Pennsylvania. I think that's a great benefit. And of course, for people that don't know, Sweetie does know that completing her high school, or I mean, I'm sorry, her beauty school diploma, she would already have a certain amount of hours in if she wanted to become a nurse, because we study the same things. Um, in the meantime, in a state like mine, with 1,250 hours, if I wanted to go to a state that was 1,500 hours, I would have to recertify and retest. But with her having such an excessive amount of hours in two different avenues, and a part time status and a full time status in one of the tightest regulation states, I got to tag a name, sweetie. I hope you're fine with it. And if you don't know nothing about it, that's cool too. Kathleen Maddie, very high up in the board certified hair colorist. And she wrote me a very nasty letter once. See, and that's such a joke because I'm such a poor excuse for that. That's why nobody could accept me, Brandon. So I don't know if I'm better off being a piece of shit and an ugly old woman with bad teeth, or someone having to hear that. But I appreciate it. Mm. What they shouldn't let MFW do on a YouTube Live is set off these weapons that are spreading the virus, or to spirit cook, or to make people infected with the food she wants to give them. But I agree with you. You ain't kidding. Okay. Saturday night just posted a tweet. And of course, they're watching me, I'm watching them, they're watching him. it's all very interactive, and they're quite entertained because, like how people on YouTube used to think, their dumbasses thought I was talking to myself. That was their cover-up story. I always knew that I was talking to whoever I'm mind linked with. Number one started that shit. And there's two of them. And the second person can be whoever he decides to put in there. All right. Let's get back to it, shall we? So, like I said, I'm going to take a little short break. And we've got myself personally, me. I have an hour and 13 minutes of video that I will be remote viewing, vibing out, and taking notes on. In the meantime, the first one is only 27 seconds, and it's a comedy. It would relate to me supposedly having to stay 6 feet away from Brandon if his dumbass didn't shave his head and I was going to cut his hair. Then we go into a movie that I can't pronounce because it's in a different language, but it's in the thread. We're not going to watch that whole thing because it is not the entity SKMI talking. The hour 13 is SKMI talking. But while I am on break, you guys will be watching this fucked up movie if you stick around and letting me know what I miss. Let me see if I got it in the right place. You know, you got to do your calculations. Okay. We're on the balance scales, but like I said, these bells aren't the same weight.
C'était vraiment quelqu'un de très, très profond, très sincère. C'est mes acteurs préférés. Je connais pas, je suis désolée. Les aventuriers, ouais. L'aventure, c'est l'aventure. Ah ouais! Ah ouais, j'avais un copain, il l'a arrêté.
Okay, I'll be back, guys.
Le bateau des mines, oui, il était excellent. C'est quelqu'un qui s'est énormément investi émotionnellement dans l'association Personnage. Lino arrive sur l'écran, une pièce vide, elle est meublée. Je crois que Lino est
Perfect time, Amy.
l'homme dont on dit aux petites filles que les hommes doivent être. Il y a quelque chose qui fait penser.
Randy, we need to have a talk about you learning how to do your job sitting in a chair. I've got some great stories about it.
Il n'a jamais pratiquement joué que lui-même, que des personnages qu'il aurait vraiment.
Cosmetology can be anything you want and very helpful to the world. Okay, so what's going on? We're going to start that movie while I go get my tea. Let's see what it is. Yeah, okay.
74 films en une trentaine d'années. Une des gueules les plus marquantes du cinéma français.
qu'il voulait défendre. Un cinéma solide, un cinéma d'homme. Pourtant, derrière le monolithe, la contradiction même. Lino Ventura a abordé les genres les plus variés, les rôles les plus différents. Il a su se renouveler en affirmant qu'il n'était pas un acteur et qu'il ne pouvait jouer que lui-même. Si Lino est resté Lino jusqu'au bout, en nous offrant tous ses personnages, il nous montre que la richesse intérieure d'un homme est immense si l'on s'emploie à la cultiver. Surtout que rien ne le prédestinait à jouer la comédie.
Ventura, on peut dire que c'est un autodidacte, à tout point de vue, et même dans sa découverte du cinéma. C'est-à-dire que lorsqu'il arrive en France, il a 7 ans, dans son quartier à Paris, il va aller régulièrement au cinéma.
Mon père a toujours été un passionné de cinéma. Et même avec nous, il m'a emmené voir Cassavetes alors que j'avais que 12 ans. Hein. Je ne comprenais pas tout, à Cassavetes.
Et ses modèles, ça va être Humphrey Bogart, ça va être James Cagney, ça va être Spencer Tracy, et puis un peu plus tard, déjà Jean Gabin. Bien entendu, à l'époque, il ignorait qu'il se retrouverait face à lui et qu'il deviendrait un de ses proches. Il a 16 ans, Ventura, lorsqu'il pousse la porte d'un gymnase et qu'il découvre cette discipline, qui est une discipline, une vraie discipline sportive, la lutte gréco-romaine. C'est un sport qui ne rapporte pas d'argent. Donc, qu'est-ce qui se passe à ce moment-là aux États-Unis, mais aussi en France? Il y a une nouvelle discipline, un spectacle dérivé de la lutte qui s'appelle le catch. Donc, Lino va opérer la bascule de la lutte au catch. Il va devenir catcheur, donc avec des règles différentes. C'est un sport, mais c'est aussi quelque chose plus ou moins de truqué, le catch. Donc on est déjà dans la dimension du spectacle.
Même si ce n'était pas le catch d'aujourd'hui, ça restait quand même un certain spectacle. Et donc il a eu une relation privilégiée avec le public. Et déjà sur le ring, le public était pour Lino. C'est ça qui est incroyable. Il était adoré du public.
Mais à 31 ans, après un combat, on le relève avec une jambe brisée en 2 endroits. Lino est obligé d'abandonner la compétition et de mettre un terme à sa carrière. Dès lors, il devient organisateur de matchs. Un jour, l'assistant de Jacques Becker, l'illustre réalisateur de Casque d'Or, vient lui rendre visite. Il cherche un vrai dur pour son prochain film.
À l'époque, les films se faisaient beaucoup avec des coproductions italiennes. Et alors on avait besoin d'un Italien dans le film. Ça ennuyait mon père de prendre un Italien avec accent italien, etc. Et on lui a parlé, c'était son assistant, Marc Morette, à l'époque, qui lui a dit, on connaît un mec là qui organise des matchs de catch, qui a une vraie personnalité, tu dois l'essayer.
Je dois dire que je suis parti chez moi avec une intention absolument ridicule. D'ailleurs, c'était peut-être la réaction timide, je ne sais pas. Enfin, c'est de la self-défense. En peu de mots, ça voulait dire ceci. Je vais au studio, mais le premier qui je lui casse la tête et je reviens à la maison. Pourquoi est-ce que je dis ça? Je ne sais rien. C'est complètement idiot. Alors que je suis arrivé là-bas et au contraire, j'ai vu que des gars fantastiques et
qui m'a appelé dans sa loge le premier jour du tournage où il tournait, et il m'a dit écoute, moi je voudrais que emmène-moi voir Gabin. Alors, d'accord, j'étais pas venu à Gabin que Lino voulait voir, et j'ai amené Lino chez Gabin. Je veux dire que même Gabin était assez épaté de la facilité et l'aisance qu'avait Lino tout de suite. Et on a l'impression que c'était un type qui avait déjà fait 40 films. C'était Pandino qui avait fait un film, d'accord, mais on a surtout axé à l'époque la publicité, le truc sur Gabin.
J'ai rencontré Lino Ventura sur un film de Henri Decoing qui s'appelait Le Feu aux poudres, avec Charles Vanel, Raymond Pellegrin, il y avait Peter Van Eyck aussi, Dario Moreno. Et je crois que j'étais pratiquement la seule femme. Je devais avoir 19 ans, j'étais mes débuts, je venais de sortir du conservatoire. Et alors après, j'ai fait la connaissance de Jacques, qui lui, évidemment, avait déjà mis Lino sur la voie du cinéma en lui donnant le second rôle masculin dans Touchez pas au Grisby, où il était magnifique.
Touchez pas au Grisby est un succès. Et comme le racontait Michel Audiard, personne ne savait son nom, mais tout le monde l'avait remarqué. Lino repart pourtant s'occuper de ses lutteurs et de son atelier de confection de layers. Les scénarios affluent et il continue à tourner en interprétant des seconds rôles déclinés de celui qu'il tenait dans le Grisby, gérant seul ses contrats.
Il n'avait pas besoin d'impresario ni rien, et parce qu'il avait peur de passer à côté de quelque chose de bien.
Comme c'est un homme très perspicace, et sans doute sur les conseils, peut-être un peu de mon père aussi, c'est qu'il n'a pas accepté de faire n'importe quoi.
Malgré son manque d'expérience et les rôles qu'on lui propose qui se ressemblent, Lino est plébiscité par le public et les critiques. Pour eux, il possède quelque chose de plus que les autres, qui ne le limite pas au second rôle.
Ce que Lino amenait, enfin ce qu'on peut voir dans tous ses films, c'est une sorte de force tranquille, apparente, ce qui était infiniment plus fragile qu'il n'y paraissait, et c'est ce qui faisait son prix, d'ailleurs, à mon avis. Et il avait une humanité vraiment étonnante, parce qu'il avait un regard de cocker, finalement, derrière une apparence de gros dur.
Je pense qu'il est naturellement lui-même, avec un petit truc en plus qui fait que c'était Lino Ventura. Voilà, et c'est dans ce petite chose en plus qu'il y avait tout.
C'est une sorte de fil à plomb. Il est toujours juste au bon moment, toujours. Il fait demander quoi. Il fait qu'on lui ouvre le rideau, il fait qu'on lui allume la salle. Il était comme ça en scène, il regardait, il faisait. J'y arriverai pas. Je pourrais jamais faire ça. Et c'était extraordinaire, parce que ça il m'avait dit, moi je pourrais jamais jouer au théâtre et je pourrais jamais faire. Je suis pas un comédien, je suis pas un acteur. C'est une autre. Non, mais moi ça je pourrais pas. Ce que vous faites, moi je pourrais pas. Je ne pense pas. Je ne peux pas être simplement, si vous voulez, une poupée, une marionnette à laquelle on dit lever le bras, baisser la jambe, tourner la tête. Ça c'est pas possible. Enfin, pour moi, c'est pas possible. C'est pour ça que je dis toujours que je ne suis pas un acteur. Vous êtes quoi? Je ne sais pas. La définition de ce que je suis par le mot, je ne trouve pas. Un acteur, pour moi, c'est un monsieur qui se plie, qui a une discipline, Enfin, c'est très compliqué tout ça.
Ventura n'aurait jamais osé être comédien sans la caution de Gabin, qu'il admirait. En jouant à ses côtés, Lino prend confiance en lui. Pour le public, il en devient son fils spirituel.
Il n'y a pas de doute que Lino a été très inspiré par le Gabin. C'est indiscutable. Et il le respectait, il l'admirait, justement parce qu'il y a des choses qui ressemblaient aux tempéraments de Lino. Gabin, c'est pareil, il y avait une pudeur aussi. Il n'y avait pas un Gabin dans des films où il y a des scènes un peu osées, ou des scènes de lumière, et Gabin surveillait ses rôles.
Je ne reconnais pas du tout mon père dans Gabin. Mais du tout. Pour moi, c'est quand je regarde des films avec Spencer Tracy, oui, là, il y a une vraie filiation, je dirais. Et papa adorait Spencer Tracy.
Enchanté. Vous auriez dû prévenir la police. Eh oui, je sais bien, mais je vous dis que j'avais pas de preuves.
À la fin des années 50, Ventura continue de s'imposer. On l'aperçoit dans l'ascenseur pour l'échafaud. Mais après cette succession de durs à cuire, il va enfin composer un personnage trouble dans un nouveau film de Jacques Becker, Montparnasse 19.
Où il jouait le marchand de tableaux qui venait rafler alors que Jeanne et Luther ne savaient pas que Modigliani était mort. Et ça, c'est une scène que Jacques Becker a inventée. Et Lino a fait ce marchand de tableaux où il était. Et c'était la dernière scène de la fin où il raflait tous les tableaux de Modigliani. Et il était extraordinaire.
Il avait le génie de ça, mon père, de prendre d'un seul coup des gens qui n'étaient pas du tout faits pour faire un personnage. Il a pris cet homme qui était déjà... Là, il était déjà dans une carrière, Lino. Et il lui a demandé ça comme un service, de tourner ce personnage qui n'est pas un personnage prépondérant, forcément, dans Montparnasse 19. Mais c'était cette stature, cette espèce d'homme de l'ombre, avec cette stature, cette forme-là qui était derrière.
So,
on sentait une espèce de fausse.
Un vrai salaud.
can anybody tell me what happened in this movie?
J'ai pas vu le film et je me souviens qu'il passait, il disait oui, je prends.
Parce que ses gestes, quand il choisit les tableaux et tout ça, il les faisait merveilleusement. Parce que c'est un gestuel aussi, Lino.
Ah, mais Montparnasse 19, moi j'aime beaucoup le
I'm
personnage.
gonna take it
Moi, personnellement, étant très très proche de lui.
that nobody knows what the fuck's going on in this movie. Not like Twilight Zone or nothing, just not. I don't know. Like I said, if anybody knows, it'd be interesting. It's still too loud for me to say what I want to say. Okay. So, when I was walking in here, I was thinking how sincerely appreciative I am that there are two licensed cosmetologists other than myself in this live stream, and thinking about the favorite things about the Hair Emporium and how close our relationships were, and what a family that we were at that time. And I think about them right now and how they're dealing with it. Most of the girls, I would say we parted ways before I got really heavily into what I talk about now with the homeopathy or the cleanses or the phenomena. My purpose was to help in every way possible when it came to application, technique, timing, and product choice. There's so many things that, as I did them, since it was the first time it had been done, people got caught up in the mocking of the mystery. Whereas years later, they said, oh, you know what, Suze did talk about that or whatever. So maybe in the end, some of the people that I was involved with in cosmetology would remember how important these things are. And maybe there is a hope for our industry, because to even have two other people in here that would tolerate this conversation and apply it to their training, I think that's a huge statement. So I wanted to acknowledge it, and thank you, ladies, for all of that. Okay, so now that I'm back in the room and I have all my supplies with me, we're just gonna let this final part play out and see what we learn from the end, if anything, and then we'll roll right into our guest. And he knows me quite well. He can take it up with me if he has an issue. Good, Amy. Part of me wants some toast, but I don't know how that's going to work for me. Good, I'm glad. Because you know what? It meant a lot to me, too. Let me put a piece of toast in while this plays out. It's like a minute and a half.
Sa curiosité, son humanité et son éthique.
Either this was some really good smoke, or I thought I just heard something about Presley, but they're all speaking a different language. What do I know?
Il était colérique.
Always on my mind.
Avec cette sensibilité méditerranéenne.
Après les prises, on se disait
Mm.
des choses.
Toast.
Tu me trouvais, on t'a fait mieux et tout. Je veux dire, j'étais assez insolent, mais avec sa permission, bien entendu.
Que le fameux Lino Ventura Navin, il ne voyait pas parler à des extraterrestres. Il n'y croyait pas, donc il disait toujours, moi si je n'y crois pas, je vais être très mauvais, donc il ne vaut mieux pas que je le fasse.
We're just giving the speaker a little privacy. Oops. Okay.
Ouais, Dieudonné, je vais faire une autre vidéo, mais voilà. Donc ici, le Covid-19, là, 29 pays pour l'instant d'Afrique sont pris par le virus. Donc je te demande de faire un t-shirt, je suis africain. Tu mets ton numéro de compte, je serai un des premiers à l'acheter. Donc voilà, il faut aider le peuple d'Afrique d'urgence. Il va falloir des gens, il va falloir des personnes spécialisées avec des combinaisons, avec des produits, avec tout ce qu'il faut, le linge, pour savonner, les personnes qu'il faut pour désarmer tous les malades là qui sont en train de tuer les gens innocents. Il est temps de changer le monde. Il est vraiment temps à un point hors norme. Ça va? Tu fais le t-shirt, je suis africain. Ça va se passer dans le
That's not working.
continuer dans un temps d'essayer de rire de tout et de rien, mais disons qu'on a presque envie de...
Of course, we just heard Twitter in there, social media.
Et qui mettent un peu les gens à bout. Donc maintenant, tout le monde doit se tenir vraiment. Tu comprends? Allez, courage à toi aussi, parce que je sais que tu vis des moments pas faciles, que tu as eu aussi des problèmes envers ta couleur de peau. Donc tout est lié. Donc, ok, tu fais ça? Allez, Dieudonné, c'est Michel Skutnik de Angleur, Belgique. Prends soin de toi, prends soin de ta famille.
Yes, the documents are very important. Anything anybody picks up, type it in. I'm still looking at toast.
De faire rire encore les gens. De toute façon, on n'a plus que ça pour l'instant. Et Dieu avec nous. Mais voilà, pour l'instant, je pense qu'il n'est pas Merlin l'Enchanteur et que tous ceux qui sont contre lui à essayer de dire c'est un salopard, il n'y a pas de Dieu. Je voudrais dire que le créateur du percolateur que j'ai en bas qui fait le café, il a un créateur.
Of course,
Si je mets un
cafe.
marteau dessus, le créateur du percolateur va pas venir me
And
pousser,
he used to love to
faire
talk
la
about going
magie pour le
downstairs to
réparer.
the
Donc,
to the
oui,
cafe
Dieu a créé le monde.
and getting his
Il a créé l'être
coffee
humain
and his
de la paix,
croissant.
pour que tout le monde s'entende et pas se tirer dedans. Ni les Américains, il faut arrêter avec vos conneries d'armes et de nucléaire et tout ça, pour essayer d'être le plus fort, du plus fort, du plus fort. Maintenant, l'heure
Very specific in him saying before.
est que dans 6 mois, on a mangé tous.
He's given a
on mange
testimony.
en une année. Donc tout va mal, tout est dans les problèmes. Donc il faut s'entraider.
It's in about 2 ways and a problem.
Il faut que les gens s'entraident. J'ai vu des gens qui se tapaient dessus, des personnes pour aller chercher de l'eau. Et vous n'êtes pas gênés, les gars. Frapper des personnes qui sont là pour essayer de créer beaucoup de bonheur, ou des jeunes qui crient leur saloperie dans des raps et tout ça. Mais putain, de quoi vous faites, les gars? Allez, bonne journée à tous. Dieudonné, je compte sur toi. Ok?
Okay.
Bonheur, aux gens de bonne volonté. Ciao.
Observe how intense he is, and his hair growth pattern always straight down.
Il y a quelques temps,
Hairdressers
une
know
histoire comme quoi,
these
sur
things.
6 mois, on a usé et mangé ce qu'on mange normalement en un an.
He's got the shiny glasses on that can be spellcast on like Elvis,
Depuis
and he reminds me from someone in
sans bouger,
Sandro's
mourir les uns
clan.
les autres dans des souffrances,
Not Elvis.
des enfants qui n'ont pas
Sandro.
qui n'ont
Sandro's in Latin America.
et d'autres
He's in
qui
Europe.
sont dans leur jacuzzi, des milliardaires avec leur soleil et tout, qui n'ont jamais bougé quoi que ce soit, ne fût-ce que leur carte de banque pour voir si chaque jour qu'ils se lèvent, ils
Very
avaient des
good to
millions
hear.
en plus. Notamment que les milliardaires
And yes, Sandro. Look at the bone structure. Look at the full lips. Look at the very international kind of headdress, costume, collar.
Regardez, il a sombré à coups de hache Brigitte Macron, Macron
Let
pour
me
rester au
fix that
pouvoir.
screen.
Parlons pas de Donald Trump, lui, complètement ravagé du pouvoir. Pourquoi? Parce qu'ils ont une peur totale, ils sont protégés de tout. On comprend bien.
Come on.
Il y a des choses qui sont illogiques dans ce monde. Des gens qu'on tue, qu'on massacre, et d'autres pays qui laissent faire. Notamment, on voit qu'il n'y a pas de justice. C'est quelque chose d'inhumain.
The focus is all on him, on his face.
Eh ben, je pense bien
Good.
que
Tag it,
il y a
Amy. Very
une
good.
question qui sauve des vies grâce à un effet
He
miracle.
has been pursuing me
On lui met des bâtons dans les roues, monsieur.
since before the Elvis thing.
Hey, ça va être grave, 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 grave. Mais je refuse certaines choses. Écoute,
Did you see the hologram?
déjà, ils sont tous
Look at,
responsables
okay,
de tous
so
les problèmes,
he's
des
working with
histoires,
technology,
des disputes, 70 semaines de bagarres.
and he's the main
Fouilles dans les
dude.
rues, des massacres à n'en plus finir, des policiers qui n'en peuvent plus, des yeux crevés, des
He's
mères
pissed in this
explosées.
one.
Est-ce qu'on a déjà vu ça à une
I gotta
époque?
quit talking so
On voit
loud.
bien que le nouveau pouvoir français, avec ce nouveau
Better
gouvernement,
relax.
a créé un chaos.
He makes me
On
talk
comprend
loud.
vraiment que quand le peuple il se révolte, on
Is
le
that a
massacre.
Bolt?
Et les policiers,
German?
ben, ils sont avec des pouvoirs qu'on
I
leur
mean, I don't
donne.
know.
Et tellement qu'ils en ont marre, ils écoutent. En fait, on va mal, quoi. On voit vraiment que,
Mm,
oui, il y a des
very
histoires
serious,
qui
and yes, he
imposent
is.
que
Right.
l'être humain va trop loin parce qu'on n'en peut plus.
And his
On voudrait bien être
hologram
heureux,
keeps
et
screwing
il y
up.
a des choses qui sont compliquées dans ce monde. Moi, ce que je vois maintenant, c'est que l'apocalypse, dont nous parle tant,
Apocalypse.
elle est là. On est en plein dedans. Là. La Troisième Guerre mondiale, elle est là. Elle est dans la façon dont on voit les choses dans le monde entier. C'est peut-être, je veux dire, grâce à cette fameuse chloroquine là, qui va aider
Believe
beaucoup
me,
de monde à ne pas mourir
sweetie,
de ceux qui veulent qu'on meure, notamment de
what I
personnes
saw
âgées.
in
Ceux qui ont leur
2019
papa, leur maman qui sont à l'hôpital.
and what I've experienced this whole time has been laced with creepy as well as divine, and that's why I say it's a battle of powers and principalities, and it's on every dimension.
Et ils n'ont pas calculé que, pour moi, ils ont tué encore plus. Pour moi, ce virus-là, il est mortel, il est décidé, il est contrôlé. Je ne
Motel.
crois pas à d'autres choses. Et les mensonges qui se propagent partout. Pourquoi? Parce que je vois bien qu'on est
He
dans un
speaks
monde
with so much
apocalyptique.
authority,
On vit enfermé pour l'instant
and you know
dans
he'd
notre
kill
bulle, qui est
somebody
notre maison,
as easy as he could look at him
et on se croirait
in
dans
his
une
story
vie
because he talks
qui est
about
compliquée.
Elvis
Pourquoi?
shooting
Parce que ce n'est
his
plus les
son
gouvernements qui ont la
when
tête
he
sur
was
les épaules.
firing at the
Quoi que ce
TV at
soit.
Graceland.
C'est des personnes
So
qui sont dirigées
he's trying to
eux-mêmes
get $1
par leur
million
cerveau, en croyant que
for being
l'ordinateur
the illegitimate son
va lui donner
of
toutes les réponses.
Elvis Presley,
C'est
and that's why he
un
ran
massacre. Et en fait,
the whole operation with the two terror don't fight
C'est pas agréable du tout, c'est l'enfer.
2 terabyte
D'accord, je veux
dump
dire, ils veulent
of all the
limiter la
Elvis secret information, which is behind
comme je dis bien.
the
Mais ce qu'il y
meltdown
a,
of the
c'est
government.
que la surpopulation, ben, elle est incarcérale, quoi. Elle est partout, elle est grave, quoi. Il y a des violeurs, il y a des tueurs, et tout ça. Alors, si tu veux enlever la population, ben, c'est ces gens-là en premier à faire disparaître, quoi.
Decision,
Donc, à respecter la
premier
logique d'une
levels.
vie, d'être heureux et de ne pas frapper les plus faibles ou violer les personnes, quoi. Donc, hein, et ou les saloperies qui se passent dans le Vatican, ou les histoires qui vont très loin, quoi. Donc, moi, je comprends pas ces histoires-là. En fait, déjà, la richesse, les gens de ce monde, les histoires qu'il y a dans les restaurants et tout, c'est mal fréquenté dans le sens que on rationne trop de choses à jeter à la poubelle. Et en fait,
I don't know if that was virtue or torture.
dans un système qui est complètement fou.
System and a
D'un côté, on jette
footnator.
la nourriture à la poubelle, et de l'autre côté, il y a des gens qui pleurent, qui sont dans un point pas possible, photo à l'appui, vidéo à l'appui,
Photo
des
like
milliardaires
me,
qui n'en
video
verront
like
jamais
me.
Sex Sense, jamais Sex Sense. Pourquoi ces pays-là n'ont pas encore des grandes façades, des grands buildings, des grandes choses?
Facade,
Parce que,
very important word.
on n'en veut pas, c'est ça. Le problème, il est là.
Of course,
Pourquoi
problem.
on commence à attaquer d'autres gens et tout ça qui ont d'autres façons de voir la vie et le monde et les
Psyche.
richesses et tout, avec les promesses de Dieu, qu'on l'appelle Seigneur, qu'on l'appelle Allah, qu'on l'appelle n'importe quoi, c'est quelque chose que nous
The
croyons
person,
dans le
da da
cœur,
da da
on
da, the
dit
shoes.
qu'on va être pour être heureux. Hein, malgré que ici, on a l'impression qu'on traque carrément les personnes qui sont
Something about a
faibles,
leg and
qui
getting
représentent
cracked.
une charge pour la société. Donc, on est complètement dans une
Busting
folie,
somebody's
quoi. Donc,
kneecaps, I guess.
on est en train d'exterminer le monde. Je veux dire, moi, être pourchassé comme ça, dans une logique.
Come
En
say,
fait,
come
on se
ça,
rend
you know,
compte
whatever,
que
this
on
or
n'a pas
that.
le pendentif qui nous gère pour être protégé, quoi. Donc, c'est un symbole de quoi,
Protégé.
ce qui se passe, je veux dire, ce monde. L'ordinateur, il commence à nous faire passer pour quoi? Je veux dire, pour se disputer l'un l'autre, pour se tuer l'un
This
l'autre.
particular
Là, ici,
something.
le monde entier, il se rend dans un contexte pour essayer de s'aider.
Context is
Les milliards
sensitive.
qu'on donne et tout ça, je veux dire, ils ne sont pas donnés. On essaye de faire voir, on montre qu'on veut créer quelque chose. Je veux dire, sinon, je veux dire, on est en plein dans une grotte, en plein dans un truc d'éloignement. On est complètement catalogué dans un système de destruction
system.
totale, de dispute.
Ah, particular situation.
C'est
Good.
plus possible quoi, de vivre comme ça. Je veux dire, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Je veux dire, vous avez trouvé quoi dans votre cerveau? Il n'y avait pas d'autre solution. Il fallait déguiser ça dans les yeux du monde. Et puis après, c'est la première mouture, ça. Donc, il
Sounded
faut
like
quelques
prayers.
centaines de milliers, puis 1 million, puis 10 millions, puis on va être tous tués. Quoi. Donc, non, à la base, hein, je ne sais pas qui a crié quoi dans ce monde, mais moi, avec le recul, il y a des belles choses dans la vie. Bien être heureux, tu vas au soleil et tout ça quand tu le peux et tout. Il y a eu des belles choses heureuses. Mais quand tu vois les singes qu'on massacre pour voir s'il sait vivre avec certaines formules qu'on lui donne,
Familiar,
lui donner
redundant.
encore d'autres piqûres pour voir s'il va survivre et tout. L'atrocité animale qui est sur cette planète, l'atrocité des personnes l'un envers l'autre, on n'est plus des frères, quoi. C'est catastrophique. Dire ça fait peine à voir, ça fait peine dans ce monde, c'est à vomir, à vomir complètement. T'as envie de pleurer déjà avec tout ce qui se passe pour l'instant, et on sait bien que ce n'est pas normal. C'est pas une punition de quoi que ce soit. Je ne sais pas comment expliquer cette histoire-là. Je veux dire, c'est dur de comprendre, c'est dur de se dire qu'une fois dehors, je veux dire, on ne découvre plus le soleil et la nature comme avant, qu'on est inerte, on est peu clair, que la végétation commence à disparaître parce qu'on nous arrache tous nos arbres, on nous enlève l'oxygène de plus en plus. On nous confine
Parade,
certaines
oxygen.
choses.
Like somebody's out of oxygen.
Tu vas être complètement enfin tu l'es déjà, carte d'identité, hygiène, c'est bien, c'est bien. C'est bien pour les personnes qui disparaissent, pour les histoires qui sont graves dans le monde. Mais où est-ce qu'on va? C'est translucide, c'est impossible. C'est une renaissance de la folie.
Yep.
Les années 60, 70, 80, 90 décibels.
Let me turn off. Let me turn this dude off a minute. Hang on. Okay, so, you know, one of the things I got chastised about a lot in the beginning was me talking over someone else that was speaking. But like we know, that was more of an exercise in learning how to multitask effectively when you're listening into a party line conversation. Something that was a little ahead of my time. But it's how the spy network always worked. And in World War II, the way they would do it is they would use other languages or combine music or other noise with the verbiage. And it was right, exactly. It multitask and be able to focus one conversation primarily through your left ear, and the one that's okay, this is how it works for me. So the primary information that I want to hear coming through the phone will be on my left shoulder. And you guys have seen me stick my phone in the bra strap or just sitting on my shoulder like this. You know, it's kind of like, to me, one of them goofy things they had like debutantes and shit do, like, you know, where they walk with the book on their head to make sure that their posture was the way it needed to be, because I was also trained as a professional secretary with 4 years at Luther North. So a lot of time these days, people have problems with not only their fifth chakra, their communication, or their spine, or their subclavian fluid, or their muscles, or their posture, etc., sitting at a computer terminal. Okay, good. Yes, my phone on my shoulder. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with my phone on the right shoulder and I'm watching TV. But if I do that, what I'm doing is now the TV has become primary, and I've turned to the side, you know, slightly, like I'm pointed. I know it's dark in here now, but I'm looking at the corner of this room, and I'm still sitting in the chair the same way. My waist is pivoted. That's also when somebody is saying something really important in the phone, and I know the TV is watching me because that's been obvious the last 2 years, but it's really gotten intense now. So whether it's humor or whether it's seriousness, I've already told them, and I say it out loud like you guys know, that I still demand my privacy. So if I don't want to sit there like a deer in the headlights staring down whoever is saying whatever, I will pivot and put myself into a corner. And at that point, the TV would be only watching me from the profile, right? So now you know what I do is I take my left hand and I put it over my face, and then them fuckers can't see my profile. And they think it's funny and they think it's smart. They're looking for human reactions and playing the game. And of course, there are more people than you would ever want to believe that have bet on the side of humanity and truth. I know that sounds like a crock, but it really isn't. It's the pendulum swinging the other way and knocking all the jackasses for a loop. Okay, now back to why I turned the phone off, turned him off, was because I wanted to say something about this. All right, this blows my mind. Let me put the phone back up here. Ugh. So you can. Fuck. Let me just turn it. Nope, I gotta have it that way. Okay, let me just move the scales. There's always an answer. All right. So, what blew my mind was that nobody had subscribed to Skutnik Michael's channel. Now, everybody that was involved in this Elvis psyop knew him. They knew him as SKMI, they knew him as Skutnik Michael, and they also knew him as Mikhail Skutnik. You know, it's like any player on the board that's important. They have several different aliases, and they're all the same thing. Okay, so this channel has no subscribers, and he just started putting these videos up 4 weeks ago. And so, one of the things about requiring time to do this work, beyond what you can expect, is the idea that while I am busy documenting what is happening real time, there will always be somebody making their move behind the scenes because it's a synchronized hive. And I'm a virus to them, although I'm not contagious, nor am I sick, nor am I a virus. These are people that are suffering from what I want to call corona, and the idea that it is something that's happened through technology online. And that's why I'm just using the single word corona as code, not coronavirus, because a lot of the people that get this virus online have definite symptoms, whether it's the red face, whether it's the worm family in the nose. Now, I do want to say that Skutnik Michael never, ever showed his real face, which I'm going to say is his face right here, until he was on the second time, which was after the time he got taken down for the third-party copyright violations. But I find it very suspicious that none of the cult of his psyop, which was saying Bob Joyce, Robert Joyce was Elvis, connecting it to Graceland, connecting it to all these doppelganger old men, connecting it to the different Elvis that Trump said hi to in the pre-election campaign circuitry, which we know now is nothing more than manufactured media and part of the video game that is kind of, the way I see it, at the bottom of this whole problem. Okay. Most of these videos were done even in the last week, the way I remember it from this morning, but this particular video is 4 weeks ago, and since I looked, oh, I'm not going to keep stopping this video because it slows us down, and I shouldn't do that. But um, from what I learned this morning, there wouldn't be any video older than 4 weeks. So just to let you know, this is probably one of the first. Something else that I need to bring up, and then I promise I'm not going to slow us down. This hat that he's wearing. Okay, I know it's hard to see here, but what it says is Crete. And we have a very important spiritual tag to add to Crete, which would be David Gilmore. David Gilmore, you know, I really dig David Gilmore. A lot of stories about him, whether he's dark or light or right or wrong or this or that. He does this new video series. He's done 4 of them with what you would have to call his family, reenacting this island on Crete, and then we got to connect Greece to this, and learning and history and different things. And even Robert Cohen, his own self, who everybody calls every bad trigger word that is popular right now. David Gilmore's wife in this production has written a book about many things about what happened on this island. And they are quarantined together. So I have to connect the David Gilmore phenomena, which is incredible. And I will get into another show. In the meantime, you guys can look it up if you want. I believe it connects because I'm the one that knew all these people that nobody thought about for a million years because they were too busy listening to new stuff. These great artists' lives went on, and only somebody like Elvis or Elvis's sons or Sandro or Sandro's sons would have the global influence and know all the movers and shakers and the cool rock and roll and people and musicians and actors and actresses, which is why I said what I said from the beginning. I think that's good enough. And back to Skutnik Michael, or Michael Skutnik, whatever you want to call him. He has been angry for so long. And he also played it out through becoming a part of Elvis. Whether he did it through impersonation or for whatever reasons, whether they were financial or power related or karmic or whatever it is. He is special in a good way, just like everybody is, no matter what a shitty role they're playing, because Sandro was the one that said about all his people that he contracted to represent him because he was so loved and known across South America, no different than Elvis in Germany, Italy, or America. See? So you've got to have a guy in every region that represents it, that ties all these other guys together. All right, back to it.
le mensonge, il est nécessaire dans leur système à eux, quoi. On ne veut pas être amené à vivre sur les ordres d'un ordinateur. Celui qui demande la mission de
The
son
more.
cerveau, c'est
The
les...
mission.
Allez, comment je vais expliquer ça? Les généraux à la place des gouvernements, quoi. Donc il y a une panne dans tous les systèmes, dans tout, quoi. Les habitants du monde, je dirais, sont complètement, je veux dire, à se retrouver avec des surprises de folie. On ne sait plus vivre, c'est plus possible. C'est plus possible, je veux dire, comment voulez-vous on a un système complètement déluré.
Of course, we hear the word system.
Les gens qui n'en peuvent plus, on est maintenu dans un contexte pour essayer que les choses soient bien claires et sans tracas. Mais là, c'est la catastrophe.
Plastic needles and cut.
Des milliards et des milliards usés pour acheter des ogives nucléaires, des pays qui sont.
It's a fucking nightmare. That's why it is creepy.
Pour interdire quoi que ce soit, les pays qui commencent à vouloir se protéger de l'ennemi. Et
Cool, Amy. You're welcome. Thank you.
Pour un autre, sans savoir qui va être au pouvoir et qui a envie de péter un câble. Hein? Pour l'instant, voilà, donc Poutine, il va être président jusqu'à éternel. Donc voilà, on ne sait pas ce qu'il a dans la tête, ce qu'il veut. Trump, voilà, c'est ce truc de tweet là, ces délires à la con là, et ces menaces à gauche, à droite et tout, il a fait quand même des problèmes. Hein. Donc maintenant, qui peut encore gérer
There's always a problem, no doubt.
C'était une époque où c'était la joie, le bonheur et pas toutes ces histoires. Et il y a tout, et on brûle tout. Les poissons qui sont détruits, il y a du pétrole en pleine mer, les gens ils meurent les uns après les autres. En Afrique, je ne sais pas comment ce qu'ils font, ils les brûlent au chalumeau, quoi. Et encore on voit dans quel état ils sont les enfants, là, et toutes les images qu'on nous cache. Ah, donc c'est catastrophe.
He's getting pissed and he used the word freak about 5 sentences ago.
Aussi, qu'on détruise, on essaye de faire passer pour des mauvais, comme Dieu donné, hein, donc lui avec certaines choses qu'il dit, des vérités et tout ça, je dirais, on ne sait plus où ce qu'on en est en fait dans ce monde. En fait, on ne sait plus, ça va mal, on se sent, je veux dire,
I wonder what sacre blue means. Because the word blue winds up at the ends of sentences like, what the hell, or, you know.
Je sais pas ce que tu nous as fait, je sais pas ce que tu veux, je sais pas ce qu'il y a qu'on peut faire, mais reviens remettre de l'ordre dans ce monde de tarés. Chasse-nous de toutes ces armes de malades, remets-nous un peu l'esprit en ordre.
Woman.
Pas ceux qui vont bien, mais surtout ceux qui sont dans un contexte de maladie grave dans leur tête, qui ont chuté, qui ont vacillé vers le mal, parce que nous sommes dans deux phases. Donc l'ego peut virer au mal ou au bien, mais si nous sommes deux, écoute, il faut arrêter ces délires de la vie, il faut arrêter pour qu'on puisse enfin comprendre où on va, pourquoi, comment, dans quel sens. Le bien, le mal nous apprend tout. Non pas avec ceux qui nous mènent au désastre total, avec des mensonges,
Exactly, woman.
avec vous ne pouvez pas faire ci, vous ne pouvez pas faire ça, on ne sait pas ce qu'il y a dans l'air. On ne sait pas, on ne peut pas toucher ça. En fait, l'autre fois, je demandais à Dieu, comment c'est possible que ce soit dans le monde entier? Comment c'est possible? Il ne me répondait pas.
Perceive.
Et comment c'est possible? Et je m'en
Sounds like pussy, but
Et la nuit, à 3h du matin, j'entends une voix. Là, ma voix, de l'autre, là, comme ça, j'entends qui est là?
well, and
Et je
Lou,
m'endors.
maybe he is talking about
ça
pussy.
revient,
I don't know.
qui est là? Et je me dis,
Professor,
qu'est-ce
huh?
que ce mot veut dire?
Yeah.
Et puis j'ai pensé, les livraisons qu'il y a là. En fait, le virus, Covid-19, d'où il vient, comment il vient, peu importe. Non, pas peu importe, parce qu'on est marre qu'on tue les gens. Qu'il y a là, je veux dire, c'est du carton, des plastiques, des emballages. Qu'est-ce qui se passe dans ce monde-ci?
It's
On
very
peut pas passer les
tense.
frontières à part, tout ça.
It never changes in its tension, I feel
Parce qu'on
like.
en voit partout. salades, des tomates, tout transite dans le monde entier, de la Russie jusqu'en Afrique, jusqu'en Belgique, jusqu'en Italie. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé en Italie? Ils sont à plus de 10 000 morts. Donc, mais là aussi, c'est là où il y a tellement de braves gens et des personnes âgées, des personnes vraiment super sympathiques, un pays vraiment magnifique, un pays qui a
Magnifique is magnificent,
une
right?
intelligence hors norme. Ça me fait mal tout ce qui se passe.
Like
Ça
it's
me
magnificent,
fait
like
pas
you
du
can't
bien
believe,
de savoir
you know, it's
que tout ça
unbelievable.
a été
Not
provoqué. Parce que depuis la nuit des temps,
not magnificent in a positive way.
chie dans les forêts, tous les animaux de la planète, s'il y aurait eu des virus.
He feels a lot of resentment over the Elvis thing, and I know that.
Et avec la chauve-souris,
And I know we spent a lot of time together.
l'univers dans quel état il est. Alors s'il y a un zig qui commence à aller sur un domaine de chimie et qui fait 2 composants avec un pangolin et chauve-souris et qui l'envoie, est tous finis, puisqu'il y a l'humanité elle tombe, parce qu'il y a des fous dans toute cette planète. C'est catastrophique ce fléau de fous, de malades et de monde qui est géré par des crétins qui ne pensent qu'à eux, à l'argent, et qui font partir nos personnes âgées sans pour autant vouloir les sauver. Alors putain, du premier au dernier là qui est en train de mourir, bordel, mettez de la chloroquine à tout le monde et sauvez-les, ça marche. Si ça marche, ben qu'on le fasse. Allez, ciao.
So he said ciao, said goodbye.
Yeah. Oui, c'est moi, l'opportuniste. Je suis pour le communisme, je suis pour le
This is
socialisme.
his lighthearted mood,
Et
by
pour
the
le
way.
capitalisme, parce que je suis opportuniste. Il y en a qui protestent, qui revendiquent et qui protestent. Moi, je ne fais qu'un seul geste, je retourne ma veste. Je
He's
retourne
singing
ma
us
veste.
some,
Je du bon côté.
you know, like
Je
song
n'ai pas
that's
peur des profiteurs,
indigenous to
ni même
where
des
he's at,
agitateurs. J'ai
like a fight
confiance aux
song or
électeurs,
something.
et j'en profite pour faire mon vœu. Il y en a qui contestent, qui revendiquent et qui protestent. Moi, je ne fais
Is that a
qu'un seul geste.
horseshoe?
Je retourne ma veste. Je retourne ma veste. Je du bon côté. Je suis de tous les partis. Je suis de toutes les parties. Je suis
Something
de
about
toutes
to
les
the party.
conneries. Parce que je suis Michel
Political.
Bleu. Oh oui, je suis le roi des conneries. Eh bien tu.
Coffee, he loves coffee, yes.
Je ne sais pas qui.
But the coffee, think about this, Amy.
Et qui proteste. Moi, je ne
Think
fais
about
qu'un seul
cartel.
geste, celui de retourner
Think
ma
about
veste, celui de retourner
shipping
ma veste.
cocaine
Je du
and
bon côté.
distribution.
Je suis pour la
There's so many
révolution.
things to
Je
traffic.
crie salut cette guerre. Je crie toutes les restitutions. Je crie toutes les manifestations.
Plus, coffee helps them go to the bathroom
Je crie la
because they're fucking uptight
collaboration. Non, je
and
ne
butthurt
conteste pas, ni ne revendique, ni ne proteste.
with big
Je ne
bellies.
suis qu'un seul mot, celui de la révolution.
They have a body shape that runs across the avatar.
Et j'ai bien compris que je n'étais qu'un opportuniste.
What the heck?
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? C'est Mémon de Marseille. Et j'ai attrapé
Mercy.
la grosse tête.
Angry.
Ah, je te jure ça, merde. Ah, parce que la chapeau là, il me va plus bien. Ah, je trappe la grosse tête.
And his hair grows straight down like one of the fake elbows.
Je te jure, c'est les histoires, hein. Ouais, c'est comme ça. Parce que, en fait, je te dis.
Oh yeah, the body type is huge in this. I mean, they can only do so much with an avatar and an entity. I mean,
Moi, je dis, non. Le patron, quand il y a une erreur, il me dit, je suis responsable. Donc voilà, c'est que je suis responsable. Alors, t'as trouvé
And he keeps showing his
Parce
hairline.
que moi, si t'as pas trouvé que je la commande là, alors là, ça va pas. Parce que, en fait, je vais t'expliquer. Moi, des fois, je vais en
Something about
Angleterre.
how he's speaking.
Puis après, je rencontre la coquine. Et je dis, oh, alors quoi? Tu sors avec moi? Et la fille, elle fait, oh, never. Ah, moi, je réponds, ok, never.
Oh, never.
Never and me.
Okay, never.
Ah, je te jure. Ah, c'est quand je suis à la station essence, là.
This is the psycho side of him.
Ah, sa mère, là. Eh, je renverse. Ah, putain, sur le pantalon de la personne qui est à côté de moi. Et puis, oh! Je dis, qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Ah, tu connais Mimoun de Marseille? Ah, quoi, t'as un problème? Bah, tout va bien.
Killer
Maintenant, ton
problem.
pantalon, ah, bah, c'est un diesel.
Not those
C'est de la
words
marque.
together, but in that bantering and that hysterical
Parce que, tu sais,
laughter.
quand tu me vois sur une moto, hein, faut pas rigoler. Non, c'est rien. Parce que c'est pas la mienne. Et quand je suis dans une
He's so
Citroën,
amused with his psychopathic self.
c'est pas fait pour nous, hein. C'est la force, hein. Ah, je te jure, je te jure. Parce que, tu crois quoi? Tu crois quoi? Eh, oh, quand on a la piscine, tu vois, si ceux qui savent pas nager, eh ben, ils sont en France. Ah, je te jure. Oh là là, oh là là.
And to me, this is how the people that bully and harass do their little dance on YouTube and on social media, Twitter, Facebook, all of it.
Ah, tes conneries là, je dis, franchement, il faut arrêter là, faut arrêter. Parce que Mimoun de Marseille, franchement, je te dis, alors, il y a des histoires qui donnent, c'est fou, c'est fou, c'est fou. C'est comme ça, parce que Mimoun, c'est Mimoun. Je te jure, parce que.
Whatever.
J'étais.
Come say, come saw, whatever.
Parce que toujours,
He does have mental issues. Yes, for real.
Même les 32, elles, sont 47.
His hair is like Mo, sweetie.
C'est comme ça. Je te jure, ouais, voilà.
And you know he doesn't go to a hairdresser. He gets the clipper or the Flowbee out.
C'est pas autrement. C'est comme ça, c'est pas autrement. C'est comme ça, c'est pas autrement. Et Mimoun de Marseille, c'est ce qu'il dit. Et des bonnes journées.
I don't mean to laugh at him. Look at me. Do you know who I am? It's like Heil Hitler, isn't it? Look at me, right? I know, me too. This is the guy that forced me into this whole Elvis thing. And you know what? With crazy people, man, you can't predict how they're going to act when they feel any kind of emotion towards a person, especially somebody they spend a lot of time with. And to me, he is, like I said, just like a mentally ill fragment from all this fake Elvis story that they made up when he was just a kid. See, and this Hitler thing is big in this story because there's a lot of misconceptions on Hitler, and then there's a lot of people that don't believe the Holocaust happened, and then you got the whole Rudolf Steiner story, and he's stuck in the middle of it. The best shit on YouTube. Like I said, I saw this morning. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me, man. He's back for his third incarnation, and I will have the evidence. Because don't tell me that he's an actor and doing this for no reason. Kind of like this whole story. This is an elaborate spy network, and it has to do with the Computer Misuse Act. And fucking taking me through the ringer, you know? But isn't it beautiful? Because it really does show the truth. Hola.
Donc voilà, je disais. Alors le rallye Trump, je crois que c'est en 2015 là. C'est en 2015. Ouais, on va dire
So
en
he
2015.
speaks
À côté
3 languages.
de l'homme barbu, il est autre qu'Elvis Presley, ou son frère jumeau.
I do, don't I?
Comment il est différent de celui qui s'occupe de Marcellin.
I'm telling you, they're all, they are all 6 degrees of separation, man.
Soi-disant qu'on disait que c'était le jardinier. C'est la même personne, le frère jumeau, bien entendu.
I think he's telling you 2
On
persons.
revient sur l'effet Elvis. Elvis, à la base,
Elvis.
c'est un petit peu l'anagramme du mal, Evils. Donc, voilà quoi. Ce qu'il y a, c'est que si on comprend un petit peu le système qu'il est né en code Est 999, autant que c'est bien qu'il est parti en code 666 qui est mal, si on fait le résumé
That's a better.
et qu'on associe la liberté,
Susie.
Elvis, on associe qui s'est fait pratiquement, je veux dire, au sommet, 56, 6 et 5, il faut 11.
I heard submit and concise.
Par le 11-11, qui sont le signe des anges, qui a été fort répété ces dernières années comme un signal d'alerte. Non, voilà quoi. Donc, quand
He
je
goes,
pense à
no. You know, he's always got the right answer. Every time I busted a fake Elvis channel, he took credit for it. And I've got that evidence too.
Je sais très bien que Elvis, c'est le gars des déguisements. Il ne faut pas se leurrer. Alors, on voit directement Joshua Lee Presley tomber dans un traquenard pour peut-être que Elvis ne revienne pas, dire ses vérités.
Who protect your Elvis Presley?
Ça montrait bien que quand il a rencontré le président Nixon,
President Nixon, and I do have the picture that he shared. And the
que Elvis a pour lui,
Elvi, that wasn't our Elvis,
arrêté de donner, c'est
that was filmed in that video.
pour embrasser tout le monde, quoi. Donc,
Elvis Protect, yes.
Elvis. Voilà. C'était une pointe de rire. Alors, Joshua Lee Presley est tombé dans un circuit des États-Unis, des shérifs du Texas, comme quoi il aurait violé une enfant de 7 ans. Donc, la
And
restriction,
remember in the Elvis story, supposedly he didn't get to travel Europe because Colonel Parker wouldn't let him. But there was always more than one Elvis,
sortir.
just like Sandro.
Par mettre son fils, il a eu en 1960. D'ailleurs, c'est Joshua Ma Bataille, il avait chanté cette chanson-là. Elvis a beaucoup d'enfants à travers le monde. Donc, j'en ai identifié plusieurs. Tu vois. Mais bon, voilà. Quoi. Donc, moi, je faisais mes recherches par rapport à ce que je suis un papa de 50 ans. Il y a eu un enfant.
Of course, Papa.
Je ne vais pas expliquer les détails par rapport à quelque chose que je me sens lié à Elvis et aux prières de Dieu. Certaines choses qu'il m'a fait avoir dans la vie et de certaines choses que j'ai à dire. C'est pas long, ça va être fini.
I think he's saying choose.
Elvis 2015 au rallye Trump. Le revoit par rapport après.
Keep saying goodbye.
Trump arrive au pouvoir 42 ans plus tard, par hasard, avant le gros problème, remet une médaille posthume Elvis, par l'entremise de Monsieur Jack Soden.
Jack Soden. And he's circulating all the different scripts on Elvis, and he blends them together. Choose goodbye, yes. And he did all the numerology and used the Chaldean beliefs to code Elvis's story. Elvis belongs to me, Jack. Oh, yeah. They all believe they own him. That's exactly correct. Something about announcing himself and saying hello. Something about the planet, and this is quieter now.
J'ai quoi? J'ai le 11 du 9, le 11 septembre. Si je prends le début et la fin, nous arrivons bien à 85 ans, 8 et 5. L'âge d'Elvis vivant à ce moment-ci. Des choses qu'il doit savoir ou qu'il sait par rapport à ce qui serait encore vivant au jour d'aujourd'hui, par rapport à beaucoup de choses qui arrivent. Mais bon,
yeah, he would be involved in the Russian side of the hacking. Tag it, sweetie.
Bien le mal, 20-20, associé à 2, ça fait 40.
Okay, did you hear that whistle he just did? In a lot of these videos that other people are making, they use that whistle like, listen up, bitch. And then Joe said it's a noise that you can have programmed on your phone, too.
Son père, Elvis Presley. Attrait aussi que, vu.
And of course, he's answering to being questioned about Elvis Presley.
Comment ce que serait Elvis avec une barbe. Vraiment, celle que j'ai relayée sur le 69-10-30 de mon code Twitter. Donc là, on voit bien que le vrai Elvis, comme je l'ai détaillé, c'est bien lui. Je le mets en comparaison avec sa barbe blanche et avec le fait comment ce qu'il serait avec une barbe blanche. Et à 85 ans, et si on reprend bien le rallye Trump à l'époque, c'est bien lui. Je regarde les minutes pour ne pas que ça coupe pas court parce que j'ai dû faire la vidéo en deux. Alors, si je reprends le début et la fin, mais si je reprends le contexte des chiffres qui restent, les 2 zéros, j'avais dit double 0, 2 0 et 2 0, on arrive à 0, on arrive à quelque chose qui va être chaotique pour cette planète. C'est bizarre, mais c'est comme ça. Je n'arrive pas à comprendre, mais ça fait partie de la vie. Bon, et les gens, les policiers qui frappent les gens, tout ça, j'ai du jamais vu. Donc, et les cartes des voyants là, de Games, là, donc, aux États-Unis, avec ce qui allait arriver. Comment est-ce qu'on peut dire quelque chose
Great question, Amy.
qui est déjà arrivé?
You know, when they talk about the secret tribunals and we've had to go through the Inquisition part, I think that these guys have all been surveilled the whole time. There's enough evidence to get them, and they are dealing with the third-party evaluators that are running things. So someone is questioning him. You're absolutely correct. Captive. I would believe that, because when you see people using these simulated backgrounds that Zoom offers, they can have any background they want, so they could be squatting in a house and look like they live in a different place. In the same regard, I believe they've taken a lot of these people in, and they are being held in rooms where they are still allowed to communicate and are being dealt with and medicated and worked with and allowed to document their own Akashic records, because this is about every human, angel, demon, faction, and group, and it's way bigger than what we could have ever expected. Now bring in aliens, which are thought of as illegal, and the people who are terrestrial, but they're extraterrestrial, whatever that means. Something about Elvis, and then he went to the animal. And remember, he thinks he's the bastard son of Elvis Presley and was locked in a castle in France. He's trying to recall specifics, how things got switched around.
Parce que Elvis était à côté de lui, cette fois-ci rasé. Rallye de Trump du 11/11/2019. Juste quelques semaines.
Good, I'm glad.
Après le 11/11, parce que de la remise de médaille de
Yeah.
Trump. Et comme par hasard, Elvis
Oh, yeah.
après ses chiffres, parce que lui, il est fort pour les chiffres. Pour lui remettre la médaille, non pas la médaille, d'assister au rallye Trump, 27.
It's going to bring down the whole government, sweetie Teety. I mean, it is. It's huge. And that's why people hid it behind the JFK Jr. story.
Il y a quelque chose autour de ça. Donc, ah oui, alors pour moi, si j'étais encore la date que je divise, il y a 3. Donc, si je reprends le pasteur Bob Joyce qui ressemble à celui de Graceland, qui ressemble
Now
à
he's
celui
tying
de
in
Raleigh
Bob
Trump,
Joyce.
ils sont
And there's
3,
two
c'est
of
possible. Parce que
the Bob
je vois
Joyces,
des millions de
too.
photos,
Everything
dire que sur
comes
ces
in
3,
twos.
Elvis en un qui n'a fait qu'un pour les 3. Et qu'ils ont été à nous bluffer du début à la fin. Parce que si on reprend John Cotner, donc John Cotner c'est John sans H, Cotner C-O-T-N-E-R parce que la vidéo va se
What
couper.
he should do, he says, you know, like, I should do
Les mêmes choses de
this.
son autre frère qui doit être le pasteur Bob Joyce, ils sont tout pour Dieu, tout pour
Pastor
Jésus.
Bob
Ils ont
Joyce.
fait des vidéos, ils ont fait les mêmes chansons d'Elvis avec la même sonorité, mais avec la
They
voix
have made
plus
so
ancienne.
much
Ça veut
money
dire que
on
ceux
this
qui sont lui,
Elvis
et où il a écrit les livres de l'Apocalypse, où il a écrit les livres,
perversion.
il y a un gouvernement qui était là pour attaquer les États-Unis. C'est ce qui se passe en ce moment avec les problèmes du Covid-19 que nous avons. Il y a la façon dont un gouvernement de ce monde, alors si le livre est bien vrai de tout ça, qui a fait que les États-Unis sont en train de chuter grave, économie, tout. Et là, c'est des milliers de morts qui vont chuter. Pour un Trump qui est con jusqu'au manche à balai,
And of course, he just said
pour les
Trump.
faire mourir. Et là, ils n'auront pas encore trouvé la capacité d'enrayer le problème parce que
Problem.
je dis bien tout. À un moment donné, j'ai dit Dieu, qui a fait ça? Il ne m'a pas répondu. Et j'ai dit mais d'où vient le problème?
Yes.
Et puis j'ai entendu une voix qui a crié qui a là? Et puis je me suis dit qui a là quoi? Je me suis dit faites attention à tout. J'ai lu aussi, je suis allé sur quelque chose, des cartons. Le virus il reste 24 heures dessus. Qu'est-ce qui se distribue dans le monde entier? De Wish jusqu'à Mondial Relais, jusqu'à n'importe quoi? Les colis. dans le monde entier. S'il y a quelque chose qui a été créé à la base en laboratoire, si on retrouve vraiment 4 agents, comme on l'a prévu, plus beaucoup de choses, de fake news, faites attention à vous, protégez-vous, lavez-vous, faites attention à certaines choses qui vont être graves, très graves dans ce monde. On va avoir des vérités, ça peut péter. Et ce qu'il y a,
Such a
c'est
pity.
comme un ballon. Il y a certains gouvernements qui sont
Problem media,
une
absolutely.
saloperie de
And he's
nucléaire.
big in putting the Vatican into it. Huge.
La planète Terre, elle explose en milliards de morceaux. Il n'y aura plus un être vivant. C'est peut-être ça. Alors si, quelque part, en tous les écrits et Elvis et des choses qu'on peut avoir sur le
The
mystère
show's
de
called,
l'au-delà,
Au revoir, goodbye.
ce que je dis, de comprendre et d'aller vérifier certaines choses, alors je dis merci Dieu, merci les gens de bonne volonté, et soignez-vous bien et soyez heureux. On peut trouver des solutions, je veux dire jusqu'à l'éternité, parce que 8 milliards, puis 9, puis 10, puis 11, puis des tueries, puis des mauvais, puis des drogués, puis c'est plus possible. Il faut comprendre ça. Le bonheur que nous avons eu avec nos amis, les rigolades, les cafés, tout ça, n'était pas beaucoup. N'était pas beaucoup. Maintenant, on est de plus en plus. C'est plus la même vie, on rigole plus de la même façon. C'est triste. J'en reviens aussi. Ceux qui croient que tout a cassé, tout, démolir tout, brûler tout.
Yes. And he made a video
Les gouvernements, ils ont cédé.
about the Vatican, actually.
Et on n'était pas à 8 milliards. Hein. Alors, s'il vous plaît, essayez de chercher des solutions autres que de démolir tout. Si on cède tous,
Be right
parce
back.
que je crois que ce qui se passe, c'est le fait de céder tous dans ce monde, parce que nous sommes tous atteints, et ne fermons plus les yeux sur les gens qui souffrent, sur les enfants qui souffrent, des choses qui sont inégales et inexistantes. C'est grave. Quand je vois qu'une enfant de 10 ans qu'on met dans les bras d'un prince saoudien, qu'est-ce que j'en ai à foutre qu'il est milliardaire? C'est un bébé. Il faut arrêter. Hein. Et on a les solutions pour rien dans ce monde. Jésus, Dieu, revient. On a besoin de quelqu'un de plus intelligent que les gouvernements de cette planète. Merci. Parce que si je traduis trompette, Dieu, traduction, trompette, oui, je dis bien trompette. Parce qu'avant l'Apocalypse,
Apocalypse.
soi-disant, on allait entendre une certaine trompette. Et si je traduis trompette, dans la traduction anglaise, je tombe sur trumps, quelque chose assez. Alors, quelque part, c'est pas un signe de dire que c'est lui qui a créé tout ça. Parce que s'il y a à la base des conflits graves qu'il a voulu faire commercialement avec la Chine, qui est capable de te mettre un micro dans une aiguille, qui, dans leurs ordinateurs, c'est bourré massacre, peut-être d'espions qui ne savent même pas, puisqu'il faut une calculatrice avec 2 dents. Donc voilà. Donc protégez le monde, protégez tout, et écoutez bien, et j'espère, Elvis, que toi, tu vas revenir m'aider pour le bien.
And see,
Parce que je vois bien que
that's why you know how
choses,
suspicious it is, because
des compositions que tu écris,
Trump, all I asked was
musique, parce que je sais que tu sais
a simple
écrire,
question
je
of,
sais que tu sais composer.
was he aware of this media?
Elvis Fontaine revient.
Did his people manufacture it, or
Le
did
gouvernement du monde
the
entier
people wanting to take him down
parce que si le problème vient de là,
manufacture it? Because it's all through that Fox
la merde,
Fox Phoenix
alors,
channel on YouTube, and
ce monde,
you know the whole thing with Fox, and
nucléaire, pas possible. Merci.
we're back to huge media stuff.
Pas si fou qu'on pourrait le croire. Elvis, bon retour. Dieudo, positive, on t'aime. Les gouvernements t'aiment pas.
Elvis, positive, keep your thumbs up.
Oumaz, merci pour tout. Chanteur, acteur, merci. Et milliardaire, ouvrir à la banque, chercher de l'argent pour aider les gens. Et moi, Mitch Zangler, je vais enlever la
He
casquette
calls himself
et aller faire une
Mitch.
bonne sieste en vous souhaitant le bonheur à tous.
Yes.
Et
Yes, Amy, that's right. Even put it on a daggum postcard. Look at his hair here.
Didier Raoul, je tiens à te féliciter.
Now, to me, I'm seeing a rapid aging of a man making videos.
Donc, tu es quand même quelqu'un qui étudie d'assez près toutes ces choses et qui nous prévient depuis très longtemps que des virus peuvent muter et de devenir incontrôlables
I heard virus.
et qui pourraient toucher le monde entier. Maintenant, quand il y a
Good.
certains virus dans
Good,
des pays
good.
comme l'Afrique, la moitié, voire les 3/4 de la planète ferment les yeux. Ils n'en ont rien à foutre. Comme si Dieu était un peu raciste. Mais bon, voilà, nous ne pouvons pas comprendre les mystères de cette vie, ni la méchanceté des êtres humains, ni des nationalités qui se détestent, mais qui font des duels dans le monde entier concernant la boxe, concernant le judo, concernant toutes ces conneries de dualité pour être meilleur l'un que l'autre. Et même à se disputer et à se frapper dans un stade de football parce que c'est l'autre qui gagne. Ça, c'est de la connerie
He
humaine.
acknowledges
Donc, voilà.
people. I think that's what salute
Nous ne sommes
means.
pas là, nous sommes plutôt à cette histoire de coronavirus-là, Covid-19, qui touche un peu le monde.
COVID.
Dans ton nom, quelque part, Raoult, c'est sortir le rat. Donc, quelque part, déjà dans ton nom, tu as un concept important par rapport à ce que j'analyse beaucoup, un peu comme Elvis, l'écriture
Generous.
et la numérologie.
And Elvis.
Je reviens sur Elvis pour une certaine chose. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on devrait croire certaines choses et pas d'autres? Moi, je
Choose,
dis, par rapport
require.
à ce que tu as déjà étudié, c'est vrai que nos sorts diffèrent, c'est vrai que les situations sont un peu compliquées, mais il y a des choses qu'il faut absolument étudier et absolument faire pour le monde avant que
Absolutely
des
more.
personnes meurent un peu plus chaque jour. Il y en a assez.
Yes, exactly.
Si on disait au jour d'aujourd'hui,
Major
Elvis
frustration.
reste vivant, comme on le dit depuis
And
bien
what we've
longtemps,
seen with many other people that
il y a
are
des malades sur
rapidly
cette terre, il y a des
aging
malades. Mais maintenant, quand
during this reveal.
on fait voir certaines choses et qu'on a
It's like their
constaté
true
certaines choses,
character
comme
shows
beaucoup de
through the
choses,
avatar,
si, par
and
exemple,
they can
est-ce
buy
que
life
quelque chose
extension,
vraiment, les gens
which
vont
is
commencer
more
à
filters and veils.
quand on pense un petit peu
What does it
à
require?
autre chose,
Yes.
donc je vais reprendre ici, voilà.
And he searches.
Les amis qui s'éloignent emmènent avec eux une part de nos souvenirs, c'est-à-dire de nous-mêmes. Donc quelque chose dans la vie, il y a des choses qu'on ne voudrait pas peut-être comprendre, mais il y a des mystères. Il y a des mystères partout, comme Elvis. Et donc,
And that's Adam. That's not Elvis. See, he's got the international pictures.
félicitations. Franchement, à l'aube où on est des centaines de milliers de morts, et c'est pas fini, sur
He's
ce
asking a
monde
question about being ignored.
où Trump,
Acknowledges the hat.
complètement taré, en train de provoquer des délires,
Adam. And he told me there was no Adam. And that's when I ditched him like a hot fucking potato.
il n'aurait jamais dû être président.
Bingo.
Parce que depuis qu'il est là, il y a tout qui part en couille. Hein. Franchement, quand il a commencé à faire son délire contre la Chine, là, qu'il allait taxer les taxés, ils ont été pris de court dans beaucoup de choses et il s'est passé des trucs dans ce monde. Il apporte la poisse, ce gars-là. C'est un fou. En fait,
It's like he's talking about Adam talking about blowing off a trip
le
or needing
vétéran,
a taxi.
99 ans, il va avoir 100 ans, se donner un objectif de faire 100 longueurs dans son jardin à son âge pour récolter des fonds pour les hôpitaux, ben, franchement, bravo. Le 30 avril, fin de ce mois-ci, tu as 100 ans, Tom Moore. Franchement, bravo. Tu as récolté des millions, tu vas les offrir pour la santé, pour les patients qui ont besoin de toi. Mais j'en reviens ici. 100 ans le 30 avril. Est-ce que tu t'imagines que toi, faire ce
Imagine.
que tu as fait, et qui aurait pu y laisser sa vie, parce que ton cœur aurait pu lâcher, malgré que tu avais, pour marcher, à un moment donné, le souffle il n'en peut plus, parce que tu l'as fait, tu es revenu, tu es allé, tu es revenu,
Somebody
tu es
will
allé.
say,
Est-ce que tu t'imagines ce que tu as fait? C'est une gloire, tu as droit à toutes les médailles de la planète, tu as droit à tous les pleurs, tu as droit à ce qu'on fond de nous-mêmes.
notice the
On se dit,
discoloration
mon Dieu,
underneath
ce
his
gars-là, il a
nose
ouvert les yeux
and
aux gens.
the darkness
Oh,
under
mon
his
cœur des
eyes.
milliardaires, parce que les milliardaires, putain, ils sont en train de savoir si leur intérêt va monter avec le Covid-19. Moi, je serais les gouvernements,
Back to the
j'interdis.
COVID.
Il y a une maladie mondiale, une pandémie, l'intérêt il est stoppé, fini. On va
Not
donner des
stupid,
millions
finish.
sur un monde qui ne tombe pas.
Like the end.
Faut arrêter, quoi. On donne déjà des millions à je ne sais combien de millions de personnes pour rester leur cul dans un fauteuil.
Is he a
Parce qu'il y a rien
person
à faire.
that, you know,
Et c'est un état de droit et de droit dans plein d'états de droit du monde. Et pendant ce temps-là, il n'y a pas d'argent. Mais des missiles, ça, il y en a. Hein. Et des bombes, il y en a. Et des navires, il y en a. Et des fusées à envoyer, il y en a. Et l'autre Kim Jong-un, là, il t'envoie des missiles aussi vite qu'il arrive à avoir une tartine de
Yeah, he's
choco sur
pissed.
son assiette. Le caviar, ouais. Putain, franchement, monde de taré, monde de fou. Alors, les milliardaires, là.
that might have been
Putain,
mortality.
il est temps un peu de réveiller votre cul. Vous croyez quoi que, hop, on va vous enterrer les milliards dans votre tombe? T'en as un, ben c'est bon. T'en as deux, c'est bon. T'en as 10, c'est bon. T'en as 50, c'est bon. Et quoi? Et Bill Gates, t'en as 54, 58, et t'es content? T'es content? Qu'est-ce que tu veux au foot? Qu'est-ce que tu veux foutre d'autant de milliards?
Something about kiss a foot.
Tu vois? On va les enterrer dans ton jardin.
Yep.
Tu crois quoi? Que tu pars dans une banque
Super
au paradis
duper
là-dessus? Pédale. Déjà avec des ordinateurs de pédale de merde.
You know
Ça, c'est déjà la
the
première étape de cette
story of
planète
these
de merde
fools.
qui a commencé. C'est cette putain de
Their biggest
logiciel,
nightmare is
cette
getting
putain
caught.
d'ordinateur, c'est cette putasserie d'état de merde qui pue la poisse parce qu'on est trop. On est trop et ils n'ont pas de solution.
He can't believe it.
Alors oui, c'est un
Whatever
virus,
it is.
d'accord. Mais c'est peut-être vrai aussi, hein. Pendant ce temps-là, et quoi, on va enterrer les personnes âgées dans un jardin.
This would be like gossiping
Ouais, ils comptent sur 2,
instead of
13, 14,
trying to be
16,
serious.
plus de place. On va arriver à 40 ans, mon but alors, pour finir. Hein. Parce que s'il n'y a plus d'argent, s'il n'y a plus d'avancée dans quoi que ce soit, allez, on fait des voitures, on en fait des télés, on fait des ordinateurs, et on fait check, et on fait check, et si, et ça.
Yep, he sure does.
On est plus, on
And he did it on the
fait.
messenger
Et moi, si je remplis ma
during
chambre,
our
écoute,
time
j'ai plus
together.
après, hein. Et maintenant, le monde, vous le remplissez de merde et de merde et de merde.
And that
Merde.
was
On fait,
January
on
through
n'arrête plus, quoi. La machine,
April
elle est enrayée à un moment donné.
of
On
2017.
baisse le riz, que plus on est, moins il y a, plus de folie on a.
And then he told me there was no Adam.
On a compris que
And he's the one that recruited me to help him with the report. And then he's telling me all the wrong people. I'm telling him the only right one. And that's kind of what happened to me with all these co-conspirators. It felt the same.
On est dans un monde de merde et on avance vers de la merde. Et l'histoire que Nostradamus il a écrit, que d'autres ont écrit pour lui, en disant oh, bientôt 100 millions de morts, il va y avoir des guerres et des guerres et des guerres. En fait, on y pense bien, on est en plein dedans. Hein. Et depuis l'année 2000, c'est le chaos terrible. Hein. Et en plus, leurs blagues débiles, leurs conneries à la con, les présidents qui commencent à s'insulter comme des chiens.
Sure, the president, and I heard black before that.
Les grosses pédales, comme si c'était les meilleurs gays de la planète. Les films où on voit des enfants se faire violer. Et ça passe.
Film,
Mais tu fais un bazar, ça pète dans tous les sens. Là, les gilets jaunes, on est au 70e bordel. Et quoi, on va décapiter les gens encore longtemps. Et quoi, on va avoir la puce électronique, on va mettre tout le monde en prison. Il n'y a plus de place, il n'y a plus de travail, il n'y a plus rien.
prison.
Du bordel, bordel, des insultes, des disputes. C'est là, c'est lui, c'est l'autre, c'est l'autre, c'est l'autre. Non, il y a un virus.
A lot of saluting.
Et c'est tout. Vatican, il a donné quoi? Il a donné 2 appareils.
Oh yeah, everybody's watching this. For real, tag it, you
Qu'est-ce qu'il fait
guys.
avec tous ces milliards? L'État dans l'État, l'État caché, là. Tiens, c'est bizarre, là. Il n'y a personne, il n'y a aucun cas là-dedans. Pourtant, ils s'envoient à gauche et à droite pendant la nuit. Hein. Donc, qu'on ne me dise pas qu'au Vatican, il n'y a pas de décès. Hein.
Vatican
Bien caché,
again.
alors, hein. Comme les sœurs. Elles ont disparu, les sœurs. C'est avant une époque où vous voyez les sœurs, elles venaient, tchic-tchac. Il y avait des trucs à la télé. Maintenant, c'est tous des bandes de fiottes qui s'enculent les uns les autres. Et quand ils ne savent pas le faire, ben, ils enlèvent des enfants dans la cave pour les violer et dire hop, tu te tais. Hein. Et puis après, on juge ça par l'État parce que, comme par hasard, ils sont toujours les derniers au courant.
Good.
Mais arrêtez,
And you're
vous
picking up on
contrôlez,
vibes from
tous
people
complices.
online.
Le monde
Yes.
entier est complice, un dans l'autre, en train de faire semblant de se disputer comme des chiens. Et qui est en train de crever? Ben, les gens, comme d'habitude. D'habitude. Et les personnes âgées, là, ils ont le droit de vivre aussi. Hein. Et quoi? Si le gars, il allait... Allez, franchement, il guérit dans 2 jours, on lui dit non, on ne guérit plus, parce qu'il y a quelqu'un d'autre qui vient d'arriver plus jeune. Oh, tout pédale de merde. Laissez mourir les personnes âgées comme ça, vous n'avez pas honte. Et les milliardaires, là, avec tous leurs fonds de milliards à la banque, vous n'avez pas honte. Et flaguez-vous, les gars. Putain, vous méritez que ça. Pas possible, ça. Et alors, l'autre qui veut avoir plus de milliards que l'autre qui veut être plus riche que l'autre qui veut faire autant de succès, l'autre connasse de Lara Fabio, là. Imbécile, celle-là aussi, merde aussi, comme c'est pas permis. Parce que les droits d'auteur, ils vont aller où? Dans sa poche, hein. Je vois mal qu'Alaya la SACEM dire écoutez, j'ai autant de millions qui sont arrivés avec cette chanson-là, parce que de toute façon, hein, c'est. Quoi, ils ont comme ça, ils font des chansons à la con.
It looks like he's got his hat screwed on too tight, like his head's inflamed, or he doesn't.
Histoire aussi, même ce virus-là.
It doesn't look like it fits him today.
Faux médicaments, il y en a des.
That other video, it seemed to sit better.
Même à la pharmacie, quand tu vas chercher un médicament, c'est juste un fou pour finir. Il n'y a plus rien qui est contrôlé. Le monde est foutu. Mais t'as l'autre aussi, il vient dire ah, l'eau bénite, c'est le whisky. Le pain.
Whiskey.
T'imagines? Putain, tu vas voir le monde entier bourré, hein. Fait, ça va, le Vatican, il a coupé ça au montage, hein. Il est un peu gogol aussi, ce pape-là. Hein. Franchement, il n'est pas fini non plus.
Wants to go see his papa.
Maintenant, les
No.
milliardaires, si vous avez été voir sur votre compte, qu'il y a 20 milliards, 30 milliards, 50 milliards, essayez de les donner un petit peu aux pauvres qui sont en train de crever. Parce que qu'est-ce que tu veux foutre de 30 milliards, de 50 milliards, de 100 milliards? C'est même pas s'il y a une banque
He's
de
telling
côté. Tu
us,
crois quoi?
he's telling whoever
Tu vas dire,
what's
je
been
m'appelle,
suggested to
Bill
him.
Gates, voilà, j'ai 55 milliards, je veux ma banque. Là, dans ton fion,
Oh.
tu vas l'avoir. Il n'y a rien.
He just got flipped off.
Votre trou du cul de merde, de milliardaires
Spit
et de
on
de
you.
merde et de vos saloperies à chercher
And that was
créer un virus
Sophia.
pour essayer de comprendre, pour essayer de voir si on a un antivirus et puis qui se répande sur la terre et pour que les gens crèvent les uns après les autres et que tout le monde pleure. Faut arrêter, hein. Vous croyez pas? C'est comme le Japon, ils ont 4 virus les pires de la planète. Quoi? Et
I don't
c'est
want to hear
que
poisoning people of the planet, but that's what I heard.
Ouais, Kim Jong-un, là, il lance
Yeah.
des missiles, c'est normal. Et
He
tous
looks
les
like he
bazars, là, qu'il y a
just
sur Internet, là, toute la
lurch at
pédophilie
you,
et tout
don't
ça.
he?
Et toutes les vidéos, c'est normal? Allez, faut
And to
arrêter,
me, his
quoi.
arm
Et
looks
l'autre, là,
deformed.
qui fait son excité de pédale, là, Trump, là, c'est normal? Il n'y a rien qui est normal. Rien du tout.
The
Ni le
lumpiness
virus, ni
in
ce qui
it.
s'est passé, ni les histoires qu'il y a dans les livres de Nostradamus qui, comme par hasard, se passent. Donc, c'est comme si on est en train de provoquer
Pratt.
tout pour dire, hey, vous avez vu, Nostradamus, il avait
They
raison.
all have
Hein.
kinds of filters that can change a person.
Où
Yes.
est-ce qu'on va? Je me le demande, moi, où est-ce
And
qu'on va.
remember,
Mais,
the
entre
voice,
toutes les saloperies
you'll
humaines,
learn
les
to
faux complots,
discern whatever level they set it on, whether they
de tous,
make it lower or higher. You'll know by the voice recognition and the emotion behind the voice.
et ça ne peut pas aller.
Excellent comment,
Si ça ne
Amy.
change pas complet, ce monde, il est terminé. Il y aura des souffrances terribles, il y aura une guerre civile atroce, et qui se frottera encore les mains? Toutes ces saloperies qui sont derrière leur bureau, en croyant qu'ils ont des solutions, mais fait, ils ont créé le problème.
Solution instead of creating a problem.
Et c'est toujours le petit qui crève, ou les personnes âgées qui crèvent. Et ça, c'est un fait à 100%. Merci à Tom Moore d'avoir fait ces 100 allers-retours. Merci à toutes les personnes.
Thank you for the
Certains à
Fae.
100% que c'est des pauvres. C'est comme d'habitude. On
Maybe.
fait tous les dons pour arriver à autant de millions pour ces personnes-là. Merci à ceux qui cherchent à aider le monde et les autres. Vous ne méritez même pas ce que vous avez réussi dans votre vie. Quand je vois certains milliardaires qui commencent à faire des demandes de dons, ils donneront pas eux.
Ditto, Amy.
Et l'autre imbécile là, il dit Simone, mais t'es pas gêné, putain, t'es pas
You know, the
gêné.
men want to get to the meat and potatoes and then blow out, right?
Mais putain, achète-lui une maison à côté de chez toi, occupe-toi avec tes millions de prendre une infirmière, tu vois, et de ne pas laisser ton père éloigné. Espèce de fiotte, là. Allez, tu m'énerves. Et je suis bien content que Dieu donné t'a envoyé chier, parce que tu ne vaux même pas son amitié. Ciao.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Okay, this image he showed in the original Time Together as a younger version of himself. You know he's drunk in this one or high. Or medicated, something.
Depuis des millions d'années, depuis un moment nous prouver que le paradis existait. Nul n'a jamais plus pas une fiche qu'un court instant. Preuve à la pluie nous apporter un aperçu un autre temps. Surtout, partout, voilà tu lis. À tous les sujets repris, on s'est sans arrêt investi et on continue.
And see, listening to his singing voice, you could see where with all this technology that he could play with other people's voices, whether it was Bob Joyce, Robert Joyce, Matt Joyce, or his own, and try to morph him into somebody that sounded similar to Presley. It does take a woman to see the little things. Exactly. But they're huge. And then, especially if you love somebody or study them or know them through their life, those little things are what we would like always notice about the person. Okay, we made it through. Hang on a second. Did we make it through? No. Okay, wait. Yes. Okay, yes. So we made it through that. That's really good. I'm just checking down a few to make sure. Okay. So what a trip, huh? And oh, it's so weird. Okay. That this other dude who goes by Vinny G that said, you know, he used the name that isn't mine and was giving them the chance to take the link and come on panel and speak in a civilized manner. So ever since this whole thing began, just like with Channer and all of them, they demand that I come on their platform and be interrogated by them. And, you know, I did deal with that when he had that spirituality and politics show and proceeded to make an ass out of me. Had some kind of a fucked up fetish crush, called me his booty call, and was very involved in the manufacturing of all this false, hateful, ignorant media. And, you know, he's really dealing with that in his own sick, pathetic way. And, you know, in the end, more than anything, he had hoped that he would never be perceived as insignificant. And that's why he needed to say that I was insignificant. And I get the psychology and the spell casting and all that, but you know, like we were discussing earlier tonight, it's really about being able to assimilate the information and to alchemize it. And of course, wherever two or more is gathered to do this kind of work, that it is blessed. So, you know, in the same way, these people that wanted to curse would get into groups and still work in groups, of course, to try to counteract it. But the truth will always prevail. Humanity will always prevail. Right livelihood and every other thing. It's 1:35. I'm amazed that you guys gave time to this complete journey for those who did, and I'm grateful for the people that pop in and out too. In the end, I have to realize that their time of making money off of my information and hacking into all my accounts is done. And everybody's economies are crashed and devastated, and we're all dealing with this reckoning. And the way I see it, and this is why it never was about the money or the viewers or the, you know, hype of all this kindergarten Hollywood antic bullshit. It was about doing the work and being dedicated to that same thing my whole life. And just like you guys, this is huge for your journey. And I know that those that are here, whether it's now or in the future, will know that, because every day more and more people are realizing it. So I think we did really good tonight. Amy says, I am too. We did this journey together, and it's an honor, and all of us are very blessed to have each other. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to take this steamroller and roll into the other room. And I really did want to do the Def Leppard thing. We'll do it. And that'll be the way we close out tonight. So, in the beginning of the show, we were talking about the music that provided the background for me to get my head in the right place to do this show. And, you know, I was giving one of the guys shit earlier because out of these 15 songs, I was saying, all right, if you're so psychic and know everything going on with us, tell me the song that to me is really, it's always been my favorite song on this CD. It's not that I don't love the other songs. I'm not saying that, but it's the song that, see, the Def Leppard story to me is a big deal because I didn't go to a lot of concerts. And my brother, who was almost 5 years younger than me, he's this little redheaded monster, you know, and his name's James Dean for real. And he's a Scorpio. And him and his best friend in junior high, they had bought these concert tickets to go see Def Leppard at the Checker Dome, and the Checker Dome was demolished years ago in St. Louis. There's plenty of video that you could see it. Well, they had gotten to this fight, and they were both badasses, you know, in their minds. And they didn't want to hurt each other, so they called a truce. And they each said they would give their tickets away. So I got my brother's ticket, and I guess it was 2 tickets, and I don't remember who I went with, but to me that goes with the alcohol and the story and the age. So what a cool concert it was. And then, you know, like when you're far away and you're not a musician historian, which to me, since this Elvis thing, I have been so blessed by the music. And originally, the message they wanted me to bring to the world about them was they can't stand fucking groupies and screaming bitches and all the seedy stories that go with it. I'm not saying they weren't involved. I'm just saying that they wound up hating it, kind of like the Backstreet Boys become the Merkins, and, you know, they're the slasher guys that sing, I'll kill you that way, you know? So we're working on a love-hate relationship. We're working on the fact that when they took me through the really deep experiences that were religious in a very spiritual way, and I was impacted by, you know, they told me straight up that by the morning I'd be in heaven. And I had discussed how that's a pretty heavy thought. Like, you know, if everything was gonna, you know, be done and I didn't wake up again, or was it more of a existential experience? But I was experiencing it when I was awake through the visuals and the music they were playing to me on the computer. And I've explained that. At least with me, they could take over the computer anytime they want. Like if I'm watching a YouTube video and they flip me over to another feed, or like I explained with Adam. I mean, my God, this guy is doing music current time. People are looking the other way. And I'm experiencing shit where he comes in live on his own recordings. That's what led me to realize that when people say they're live and they're doing a live stream, it doesn't mean they're live. And so the whole inversion of all these realities about technology is mind-blowing. But out of these songs, which was Pour Some Sugar on Me, Photograph, Love Bites, Let's Get Rocked, Two Steps Behind, Animal, Foolin', Rocket, When Love and Hate Collide, Armageddon It, Have You Ever Needed Someone So Bad, Rock of Ages, Hysteria, Miss You in a Heartbeat, and Bringing on the Heartbreak. A lot of heart in there. This compilation was patented, trademarked, whatever. It's a P with a circle. 1995. 1995 Mercury Records Limited, London. 1995. It's a real small print that's very funky art-wise. And I can't read what's next to the 95. Manufactured and marketed by Polygram Records Incorporated, New York, New York, all rights reserved. Unauthorized copying, reproduction, hiring, lending, public performances, and broadcasting prohibited. Printed in the USA. So, you know, I decided to follow Def Leppard on Twitter. And, of course, I like some of their, stuff and share it and all that good stuff. But I know Dollar Down, like I said, that all these dudes are all rolling together and know who's who and what's what in the role. So this is the first video that I've talked about the music that inspired me before the show. And so again, I wanted to thank Def Leppard. This is Vault again. It's the greatest hits from 1980 to 1995. The words are interesting. I'm just going to read this little front page. And of course, they break out into their real artistic graphics, right? We talk about give you a headache, sideways, print, big and small. I mean, they were very edgy for their time. And what the big words say, in the bigger print, this page says, this whole thing started in a stripped down room tucked away in a corner of a spoon factory in Sheffield, England. And then came the pubs and the bars, the clubs, the tours, and so the story goes. And it's written by Peter Mensch, Mensch. And there, of course, is I used to love taking panoramic pictures with the camera in the box. That's what that is. And then the guys and the songs. And there's the back cover of it. That's why people used to love albums, because they got all the stories. But I still say the men were more into the stories than us women and young mothers and, girls that have to cook lunch and dinner and rub their feet and bring them their tea or whatever, I love the jokes about that. So it's the middle theme right here as they're walking down this red carpet sideways. Says, I'm free associating, so here we go. And it's 15 years of the best. So I have to write an overview of Def Leppard, shedding new perspective on a 15-year recording career with a bunch more years to come, and all because I've been in 2 Def Leppard videos and have been around since 1979. So you think, what kind of perspective should you take? Talk about the number of albums the band sold, shows they played, hit songs, and where they were hits, how they were formed. I wasn't around then, and I never did get that part straight. No, other people can talk about that and have. David Frick wrote the book. So what can I talk about? Stuff, I guess. Thoughts, ideas, little known facts, really obscure stuff like Joe naming his 2 dogs boxers after Ian Hunter and Mick Ronson. Def certainly changed my life, but in ways different from each of you. Everybody listened to rock music over the last 15 years has a story about what Def Leppard meant to them, I know. It was my old British home address listed on the Pyromania album and CD, not the cassette for some reason. And thank God for that, or the man would still be coming in. For the first fan club, and I read most of those letters, besides, if you talk to some of the newer bands of today, they will admit to secret Def Leppard thoughts, and then there are never admitted Def musical references. Nope. I'll talk about the first time I ever saw them, auditioning them for a British tour with AC/DC, and how they were the worst live band I had ever seen. The singer split his pants, the guitarists were out of tune, the best musician was the drummer, and he was 15 or something. Or how they recorded their first album in a studio, which had been Ringo Starr's old house. They did that record in about 3 weeks. Little did we know that would be the quickest record we ever made by years, by the way. First gig outside of Britain was at the Santa Monica Civic in Southern California. Now that was a culture shock. 4 of these guys had never left England before. Or how we had to wait for Mutt to finish a Foreigner album to do High and Dry, and that we were desperate to have, oh my goodness, Hypnosis. Okay, so you know how Hypnosis, like Boogie Boogie Hypnosis, Hypnosis. This is, man, this is so hard to read. Look at how it goes from big letters to little letters and sideways letters and letters running together. But of course it's, I don't even need to look again, damn it. I know what it is. If I'm wrong, I'll leave it in my comments later. It's I think it's this. Let me just look one more time, because my eyes. This print really does kind of, and then that's why you keep seeing me go like this. And, I close the one eye because seeing it through 2 eyes is even harder. Yeah. HIPGNOSIS. So, tag knowledge and wisdom and gnosis, like we refer to it today, GNOSIS, and the hip, Like it's cool, man. It's fucking hypnosis. You know, that's a good hashtag. Def Leppard should use that. Wouldn't that be cool? It'd also be cool on a t-shirt. High and dry, and that we were desperate to have Hypnosis do the cover. The pressure just changed in my ears. Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, E.T.A.I. That's definitely a major confirmation of what happened in my head that I acknowledged before I read that. And we ended up getting a guy diving into a pool. What did that all mean? I suppose it was better than the truck with a guitar cover for On Through the Night. High and Dry featured Bringing on the Heartbreak, which was written as a certain heartache for you fact collectors. Arguably the song that first put us on the map nearly a year after it had been released. We had pushed high to not much of a result and packed our bags and went home to write album number 3 while we were recording Pyromania, March, April 1982. 1982 is the year I graduated Lutheran North. I get this call from my partner, Cliff, who tells me High and Dry has started to sell in some pretty odd places like Lowell, Massachusetts. In discovering the reason why, he had learned that a new cable service was on in Lowell and they were playing our video for Heartbreak, done for about $10,000 as I recall. Yes, you guessed it. MTV had started in the US and kids were going nuts. There's no way in hell I'm reading the rest of that. Yeah, don't ever get rid of your music. You know, people act like, and it's like Chandler was crying the other night about being upset that all that music that he played for on the computer, he got fucked on because even though he paid for it, he couldn't use it how he wanted. And now all of a sudden it's free to everybody. And, it's, just more bullshit. I never bought any Apple iTunes shit, but I think they did a lot of hacking through that app. And that's why that app suffered, as well as all the apps that are easily hackable, because that's how they did all their work. I mean, besides the back door. See, so this really is big spy stuff, and it is really big government stuff, and it really is bigger than anybody knows yet. And it really is the takedown of the world as we knew it. It's not the end of the world. And anybody that thought they knew what the world was has had a rude awakening call like we know. This is a little bit of each kind of definition of apocalypse. It's a reveal. there's some major shit happening, and people are dying like always. I still say it's about getting your peace of mind and your lifestyle regime, and quit letting them run your brain when it comes to what the status quo is of what they say it is going to take to stay alive. And we focus on the things that we can affect in a positive way. So, we are living in a new world now, and wouldn't it be a trip if this is like a literal realization of that? And every day it starts developing in front of your eyes. That's what this journey has been for me. So I'll never doubt the validity of it. And see, Amy, okay, so we need to go back to our roots and what our elders taught us. Sad, most that generation died off. And what's even sadder is that they only knew a half truth of the truth that was their reality at the time. And we're talking about major trauma in all of our generations that would be anybody that we could have ever possibly known, going from our parents to our grandparents. And there are some of us that had a brief exchange of time with great grandparents. And so you have to open it up to the widest place that is possible for a human life. So that gives us 4 generations. And they say that if the damage is not corrected by the 7th generation, that extinction is possible, probable, and the bet that's on the table even. So if I'm the 4th generation, and then I had children, they're the 5th generation. My grandchildren are the 6th generation. And you look at where kids are now, and the warfare and the plagues and the pandemic and the lack of connectivity, you could see why the generation that is getting ready to reproduce in this next decade could literally become the last generation for humankind unless there was some kind of an intervention. And that's why I believe what I believe. Thank you guys. And here again, it's an honor and a privilege. It really is. So, I'll be behind the chair tomorrow, and allegedly Ian's working his way back home, and that's a whole other story. There's been a whole lot of fake tears shed about these kids that are, from broken homes, and they have to go between, each of the parents' house, and, what's going to happen with all the technicalities and bit. if you're in a real literal lockdown quarantine, that should never be drama on the table, but of course it is. And in the same regard, I'll say again, there are ways to stay healthy. And if you know those 3 different categories and you have that armor of God or your auric field, and I know that sounds just like the assholes want it to sound in their analysis of this information. It's a literal thing. It's an energy field. It is protection. And truth is always the best defense. And it slays. So, all right. I'll see you guys in the week. Good night.